Hi friends, welcome back to my channel. I'm Xoxo, this is Xoxo Tarot, and in today's Pick a Card reading, we are going to be looking at your path and seeing if you are on the right one. Now, if you know me, you'll probably know I don't like terms like right or wrong, because on a cosmic perspective, nothing really is right or wrong. But there are things that are right and wrong for you. And in this case, what I really just want to look at is, are you in alignment with your highest good? Are you in alignment with the path that is not only fulfilling for your soul, but fulfilling, well, not fulfilling for everyone else, but, you know, are you fulfilling your greater role by being yourself and being on the path that's aligned with your highest good? And if it's aligned with your highest good, it's also aligned with the highest good of all beings. So that being said, this is what we're going to be looking at today. So I said, are you on the right path, just for wording purposes. I don't know what that dirt's about, but this is a timeless reading, so whenever you find it is when it's meant for you. But we're going to start by looking at your current energy, just where you are currently on your path. And so if that resonates, you found the right reading, and if it doesn't, I would try a different one. But essentially, we're just going to take the tarot deck that you picked, and I'm going to shuffle the cards, and if the cards come out upright, that means that the energy that you are expressing on your path is aligned with your highest good. And if the card comes out reversed, then this is an energy that needs shifting in order to be aligned with your highest good. So either is great. And I don't want you to like get reversals and be like, oh, you're not doing anything wrong. You're being human, and being human is about being imperfect. So we're going to look at that, and we're just going to see, you know, where you're at. And then if that resonates, what we're going to do is we're going to take a second tarot deck, and we're going to use that tarot deck to clarify things. So if the card is upright, we're going to look at how you can maintain that alignment there, or what you need to know about that. And I'll just kind of do that based on what feels right. And if the card is reversed, we'll look at how you can shift that reversed energy into alignment with your path. After that, we're going to get guidance for each element. So by element, I'm kind of talking about like the cluster of each group. So we're going to get channeled message guidance from one of my favorite channeled message decks. It's the Powers Essential Oils Oracle. It's really helpful and I like it. And then finally, we're going to finish off with charms, and we're going to use the charms as extra guidance and also signs for you. Signs that you are on the right path, signs that remind you what you need to know, anything like that. But that is what we are going to be covering today. I am so excited to get into it. We have 4 different groups for you to choose from. Starting with the first group, we are going to be using the 5-cent tarot, and I have this amethyst gemstone on top. And then for group number 2, we are going to be using the Star Power Tarot, and I have this citrine point on top. Then for pile 3, group 3, we are going to be using the Boring Tarot, and I have this clear crystal ball on top. Ball is life, what can I say? And finally, for group number 4, we are going to be using the Crystal Unicorn Tarot, and I have this crystal rose quartz angel on top. So with that being said, go ahead and feel free to pause the video if you need help deciding on which pile you feel most drawn to. It is absolutely okay to be drawn to more than one. There could be many aspects of your path that you are exploring, and that is entirely okay. But now, my intro squad, we are going to start making your wish and looking at your mini reading. In case you guys didn't know, my newest candle in my tarot candle line is out, and it is the Empress. The Empress represents things like abundance, self-love, fertility, creativity, and she's just basically all of the yin, feminine, earthly elements of the world. Very, very beautiful. She is incredible. I'm sure you are too. So I'm going to show you the candle, and we're going to make a wish together. But if you are interested, any and all candles on Angelic Magic 888 site, you can get a code or you can get money off by using code Xoxo10. But in case you don't know, with my tarot candles, each candle comes with a unique mini tarot card inside. So based on what the mini tarot card is, that will be our mini reading for you today, and we will make that wish. So, oh my gosh, okay, I love this. We have the Page of Cups, so I'll get into this in a second, but first let's make our wish. And what I want you to do is just really focus your energy on the candle and focus on sending your wish and sending your energy into this candle as I light it. If you want to pause and take a moment to really just take it in, we've got beautiful rose quartz, green aventurine vibes going. And yeah, I'm gonna take a second and just kind of put my wish in. May yours, mine, and all of our wishes come true for the highest good of all beings, if it actually lights. Okay, perfect. So let's look at the Page of Cups. I love this Page of Cups being here because, first of all, this is a sign for some of you that you may need to lighten up a little bit. You may be taking things too seriously, and I always see the Page of Cups as an encouragement to just be playful and do things that are uplifting from a heart-centered place, that are playful and creative. If you have a young person in your life, whether it's like a niece, a family member, a friend's child, or something like that that you have a good connection to, they could be coming through to say hi and just thank you for your support and your care. If you are currently preggers, which if you are, congratulations, you know, this could be a sign that your baby is meant to be a water sign, or that your baby is going to be very playful and fun and creative. Actually, fun fact, when my sister-in-law was pregnant with my niece, I asked my cards, like, what was my niece going to be, and the Page of Cups came out, which the Page of Cups is a feminine energy, so I was like, maybe a girl, but also she was born in July and is a Cancer, which is a water sign, so it was very accurate. Also with the Page of Cups, you could be getting an apology from someone, a long overdue apology for some of you, I'm hearing. But this could also be an encouragement too. If you've been considering apologizing to someone, if you had something like weighing heavy on you, this Page of Cups could be an encouragement to go for it and just give from your heart. This Page of Cups could also be a sign of incoming playful communication from someone you've been wanting to hear from. Or it could just be you healing and integrating aspects of your inner child that relate to your emotions, that relate to your sensitivity, and that relate to your need to feel safe and your need to feel supported and uplifted and have fun and be playful. This is a beautiful, beautiful energy, and I feel like more than anything, this message is really here to remind you that we don't have to take things so seriously all the time. Yes, there are serious aspects of life, but it's seriously important to just let go of things for a little bit and have fun. So if there's a way that you can integrate more fun into your life, or just find the time to be playful, whether that is doing something creative, whether that is spending time with people that make you feel like your childlike self, or that just make you feel good, try to focus on that. But more than anything, this is about lightness, this is about gentleness, this is about compassion, creativity. All of those themes, I think, are entering your life, and I also think that this is a beautiful sign too of healing, reconciliations, and closer connections with the people that you care about. So beautiful energy. I'm gonna add it to the charm box, but with that being said, my intro squad, I love you. Thank you for being here. And if you're here, if you're still here, you're part of the intro squad. So if you're like, what's the intro squad? It's everyone who takes the time to listen to my intros. So thank you for being here. I hope that resonated, and let's go ahead and get into your readings now. So go ahead and scroll down to the comment section or the description box, where I will have all the timestamps listed below. And once you have picked your pile or piles, I will see you in your reading. Hi there, pile one. Welcome to your reading, and thank you so much for being here. If you guys chose the Amethyst Gemstone and the 5-cent tarot, this is going to be your reading on Are You on the Right Path? And the right path in this case is just the path that is aligned with your highest good and the highest good of all beings. So if you did not check out the intro, you may want to if you find yourself being confused. But essentially what we're going to start by doing is just looking at where you are at in life right now. And based on the direction of the cards, that will determine whether you are in alignment with this aspect of your life or if you are not. Yes, my nails did change. I filmed the intro and then I was like, I'm tired. And then I had a nail appointment, so yeah. Nope, just kidding. I was just magic and I just changed it. I got from Marine. Anyway, okay, so if you just want to focus your energy on the cards while I'm shuffling, obviously, if this beginning part does not resonate, then this is not your reading. What I am talking about, you should be able to say, yeah, this is what I'm going through. And so if you can't, then this is not the reading for you. I would try a different one, or maybe a different reading if you can't find the answers you're looking for. But thank you for being here. We're going to go ahead and start now. Oh, that shuffles so nicely. Okay, Spirit, pile 1. Are they on the right path in terms of where they are headed? Okay, so we have the Queen of Pentacles, and I'm only going to take the Queen of Pentacles because this is so many. We'll take the Queen of Pentacles and we'll take the rest back. Okay. Although this messenger did want to come out with spirit guides, I'm going to put it back in the deck, but I do want to say that I think this is a beautiful sign that you were led to this reading for a reason, or that your guides are watching over you, which is beautiful. What else, Spirit? Is pile 1 on the right path? We have the Beyond in reverse. That makes a lot of sense. Okay, and that's actually a unique card to this deck. So if you're like, what card is that? It's a special one, like you. What about pile 1, Spirit? Are they in alignment with the right path for them? We have the Queen of Wands in reverse. And finally, Spirit, is pile 1. Okay, is that this one? Okay. And we have the Page of Pentacles in reverse. Okay, so yes and no. We do have some really solid energy here with the Queen of Pentacles, but this makes a lot of sense with the Eight of Wands being here on the back of the deck, which I guess I'll just leave it there. Who cares? There's definitely like, I definitely feel like if you are feeling like all of a sudden the positive momentum you've had, or like the consistency and energy that you've had has shifted, there's definitely a reason for that. Starting with the Queen of Pentacles being here, you know, the terms on it, I love cards with terms on them. We have providing, caregiver, practicality, and it definitely seems like you're really focused on being a nurturing presence to yourself, to those around you, maybe at the detriment of yourself sometimes, but the Queen of Pentacles knows how to care for herself. The Queen of Pentacles knows her worth. Not that you have to be a she. That's just what's showing up. The Queen of Pentacles, as well as the King of Pentacles, are also spouse energies. So if you are in a serious committed relationship, or if you are married or something like that, I feel like this is a sign that you feel really good in that relationship, and that you feel like secure and cared for, and you feel this sense of like security within that. And so I definitely think if a relationship is something that you're feeling really good about in life right now, this Queen of Pentacles could be a great sign that that is in alignment with your path and that is helping you feel good. Now, with these 3 cards, this is what's showing us what's out of alignment. We have the Beyond in reverse, which represents apathy, mistrust, doubt, yielding, which the Queen of Wands in reverse, which represents yielding, being overbearing, jealousy, and the Page of Pentacles in reverse with obstructionism, laziness, and superficiality. So first of all, I don't think that you are lazy. And I think that if you've been shaming yourself for that, I definitely think, you know, maybe that's not very fair to yourself. I definitely feel like in terms of what's out of alignment for you, it seems like you've kind of lost your spark for life right now, or your passionate, fiery energy. It seems like you may be feeling a little bit insecure about your individual path. Maybe you feel really good about how you are there for others, or how you are caring for yourself, at least materially. But it seems like you're ready to expand and go beyond what life has had for you. And despite your attempts to push that forward, it seems like, if anything, things are just slowing down more. And I feel like that's probably causing a lot of anger, frustration, panic. And you may be feeling like you are messing up in some way, and that's not the case at all. Actually, this is a very important process of getting you back in touch with your spark, because if you are so regimented and focused on the material realm all the time, you are going to be out of touch with your more intangible aspects, the parts of you that get inspired, your spirit, your soul, and your confidence. If you are a parent or if you had a child recently, I would not be shocked if maybe you are feeling a bit like, one, you could literally just be so drained and deprived of like the necessary resources to care for yourself, depending on the age of the kids you're caring for. So that could be something that's like in alignment and out of alignment, in the sense that, like, you know, what can you do? That's kind of a time where you're stretched a little thin, but also, you know, what's out of alignment around that may be that you are shaming yourself a lot about the fact that you're human and that you're doing your best. With this Page of Pentacles in reverse, I feel like if there are things that you've been wanting to start or wanting to, like seeds you want to plant in order to expand, it seems like you're not having the confidence to do that. And you might be shaming yourself and calling yourself like lazy and thinking like, oh, you know, if I weren't just so lazy, or if I were different, then, you know, this wouldn't be so hard. But I definitely think what's out of alignment for you right now is just trust in your path and trust that you have what it takes to get where you need to go. I feel like also maybe you're more used to relying on your internal nudges to guide you, and maybe you've been having a hard time hearing those internal nudges. Maybe you're feeling less confident in following your intuition and listening to your spirit. And maybe too, you're just feeling less confidence in doing things that require your independence and that require uncertainty. I definitely think no matter what, this is in alignment and you are on the right path, in the sense that you're consciously aware of these things. And if you weren't until I brought them up, then you are now. So congratulations. But what we are going to do with these energies, if they resonate, is we're going to take this deck now, the Chakra Wisdom Tarot, and get guidance on how we can shift these energies and just what you need to know about them. So with that being said, while I'm shuffling, if you end up enjoying this video or you want to support me in any way, thank you to everyone who takes the time to leave me a little like, a comment, or a subscribble. That helps me so much. Doesn't help that I'm shuffling poorly. One like is one pity like for this bad shuffling. But yeah, we will clarify these and we will see what is going on. And I think like the biggest thing that I just feel called to say, pile one, is to stop being so hard on yourself. And I know that's much easier said than done, but I really do feel like you are doing the best you can with the knowledge that you have and with the resources that you have. I feel like you are maybe creating expectations for yourself that are leading to a lot of drain and leading to a lot of frustration. But I also think that maybe your spiritual practice, or not that you have to be spiritual in nature, but whatever gets you in your creative energy, like that gives you that spark and passion for life, maybe that's gone by the wayside as you've been a caregiver, as you've been someone to be there for others. And maybe you've had a hard time justifying why it's important to do those things that are solely for you. You may feel like that's selfish, or you may feel like, you know, you're doing something wrong. And maybe when you do finally have the time, you're too tired to do anything else. And so you may like shame yourself and be like, oh, well, I had the time to do something fun and I didn't do it. And it's like, well, that doesn't make you lazy. That makes you exhausted. And that's okay. That is so okay. Okay. So speaking of, let's clarify these now. So Spirit, what does pile one need to know about this Queen of Pentacles energy? How can they maintain it and keep this energy in alignment? Ooh, we have the Ace of Wands, which is so funny because I was like thinking the Ace of Wands is exactly the energy that that I would, you know, kind of consider the vibe that you're missing. So that's really interesting. So before I forget it, the one thing I do want to say with this Ace of Wands being here is that if you continue to neglect your own inner world and your, you know, your heart, your soul, your passions, the next thing to go will be the Queen of Pentacles, because it's almost like a shutting down a gradual, it's like you've been through this gradual shutting down of certain aspects of self in order to dedicate a lot of time and energy to this Queen of Pentacles, providing energy to build, to focus, to be there, to comfort, nurture, care for. And that serves for a time, but I feel like maybe you've gone all in there to the point where other parts of self have had to just shut down in order for you to dedicate the time and energy that you do to this Queen of Pentacles energy. But I definitely think with this Ace of Wands here, this is definitely saying that like you will not have the same energy to continue what you've already been doing if you continue to neglect all of these. So let's see how we can shift things. Okay, so how can we shift the beyond in reverse? How can we shift this apathy energy? Beautiful. Okay, we have the King of Pentacles. So that's interesting. Okay. Can you clarify the Queen of Wands, Spirit? How can this Queen of Wands be shifted into the upright? Oh, we have the Ace of Pentacles. So lots of new starts, new beginnings. And finally, Spirit, how can pile 1 shift the Page of Pentacles into the upright? We have the Six of Cups. Okay, so bottom of the deck energy is the Star, which I love. So first of all, just know that everything is okay. You're doing amazing, sweetie, and to have hope, because like there are beautiful things ahead for you. The biggest thing that I want to say is that if this King of Pentacles, because the Queen and King of Pentacles are counterparts. So if you have a partner, whether in spirit or in actuality, I definitely think connecting with them in whatever way makes you feel seen and heard is very important. If you and your partner have kind of made, you know, your relationship something that's on the back burner in order to get other things done, I definitely think that the universe is encouraging you to connect with your partner on a soul level in whatever ways that works for you and them. The King of Pentacles in this case is a crown chakra card, because this tarot deck uses chakra energies. And I definitely think that you're being encouraged to connect to people spiritually that inspire you, that you feel held and safe with. So for a lot of you, this is going to be your partner. This is going to be someone that is a counterpart in some way. And for those of you who are single and don't have like a partner or a person, you could be encouraged to be envisioning who you want this to be, or it could be a progression where you're moving from the Queen to the King. So tapping into, how do I want to go to the next level and what inspires me? I feel like there might almost be this belief with this energy here that you can't expand, or that it won't be possible. And I definitely think that is slowing things down. I feel like there is this energy here of, well, what's the point of trying, because what if I fail? Like, I don't know if it'll be worth it. I don't know if it'll be a waste of time or not. And nothing is ever a waste of time when it's in pursuit of your highest good. So with this Ace of Wands here, with this Queen of Pentacles, I definitely think that you're being encouraged to continue the patterns, routines, and the things that you do that feel good for you, but also pay attention to what drains you within that process, because it's those things that drain you that you have the opportunity to do differently and bring more energy to your life. You may also want to look at things that you could cut out, that are things that you're doing because you feel like you should be doing them, rather than doing them because they serve a greater purpose. They add to, you know, the goals you're trying to achieve. I feel like with this Queen of Wands in reverse, this is a huge encouragement that whatever you've been waiting to bite the bullet on, whatever you've been waiting to start establishing, now is the time. I definitely think that, you know, because, and this is beautiful too, with the Queen of Wands being in reverse, when it's upright, it's courage. So what you're being encouraged to do to shift this is to have the courage to start planting the seeds of expansion that you've wanted to create. And even if you don't know what that looks like, that's okay. Instead of thinking about overt actions, think about, well, what am I trying to experience that I don't have right now? What am I trying to create more of that I don't have right now? And maybe for some of you, this is less about a project and more about your self-esteem and feeling good. Like maybe, for example, you feel insecure in your partnership and you're not feeling attractive, or you're not feeling good enough, or you're worried that, you're too much, or you're worried that you're just not good enough. And not only is that not the case, but that's an egregious crime against yourself, pile one. Nobody deserves to feel that way about themselves. And unfortunately, most people do, because that's how we're conditioned to believe things about ourselves. And, that's how companies make money. So with this Ace of Pentacles here, you're really being encouraged to start planting the seeds you know you need to in order to feel better about yourself, in order to feel more confident in yourself, and also in order to start creating the future you want. The seeds you plant today will not be ready tomorrow, but the thing is an Ace of Pentacles is something that, has 9 more evolutions to go. So I think one thing that may be holding you back is like, you may be focused on like a stringent time frame, or you may want things to happen really quickly. And in that process, you may feel like you'll never be able to get anything done because you're not able to just do it really quickly. And I think you're being called to let go of quickness and the concept of time in general, and instead recognize that like the seeds that you plant will be not only worth it, but will be things you have to tend to and will take time to grow and evolve. And the more you do that, the more you'll realize you can face your fears and be okay. I also think, though, with this Ace of Wands and this Ace of Pentacles, there's a lot here about shifting how you move about in the material world, in the sense that a lot of things that I feel like have been inside of you as desires or as dreams or as, forms of expansion the universe has been calling you to, I feel like you've been trying to think about them in their totality. So the concept of even bringing them down to earth is a little bit overwhelming. And so I feel like Spirit is really saying, with these aces, there are many opportunities in your world around you to do things differently and to start planting seeds. Like, let's say, for example, and this is a silly example, but like, let's say, you want to, well, this isn't a silly example. I'll change it from a silly one. Let's say that you really want to build a better relationship with your body, get more fit, and get healthier. You may start exercising and feel very overwhelmed and feel like, oh, this isn't for me. And you may give up and get frustrated before you find the thing that works for you. I feel like Spirit is saying, just because one opportunity you take doesn't yield the results you hope for, doesn't mean another one won't. There may need to be a willingness to say yes to things you would typically say no to, of course, unless it would like harm your well-being. There may be a need for you to create opportunities. So, for example, you may need to create an opportunity of connection with your partner instead of maybe waiting for them to always instigate something. If you're the type of person to wait for instigation, you may find that your partner's doing the same thing, or your person's doing the same thing. In other ways, you may be waiting for the universe to bring you these opportunities when the universe is saying, we need you to put yourself out there first. We need you to start planting those seeds so that when the opportunities do come, you are prepared and you do feel confident. I feel like there is a part of you right now that feels like you are not allowed to take up space in your world, and this energy is telling you that's not true. Actually, Ellen, that's not true. With this Six of Cups here and this obstructionism, I definitely think, for one, there's a specific message if you do have a child that you're having like a challenging relationship with right now, or you feel like you're just not able to connect to the way you want to. This is an encouragement for you to connect with your own inner child. Try to connect, and even if you need to go into meditation or do research, if you can't remember what you were like back then, do research on this age and like what is normal, what issues are common, and really just try to kind of see beyond the external circumstances and instead look at what might be happening. I'll use myself as an example. In my family growing up, I spent a lot of time in my room alone because I didn't feel very accepted. And even though my parents had no idea of that, my siblings had no idea of that, they didn't help anything by, making fun of me when I did leave my room, being like, it's alive, or, the hermit's out of her cave. And, and that was their joking way of saying, hey, we're sad that we don't get to see you. And I'm over here like, yeah, well, you're not seeing me because of shit like this. And neither party is really doing anything wrong. I mean, yeah, maybe it's not great to like give your kid shit, and maybe it's not great to kind of like avoid your family, but the growing and the healing couldn't have come from that circumstance until we both were kind of aware of different things. And, you know, my parents had me kind of young, so they're pretty young growing up when I was growing up. And so, you know, they did the best that they could. And I think that in your process of trying to do the best that you can, don't stress yourself out to like have an immediate solution. Instead, try to see into what's going on and what's going on underneath things. You know, a lot of times when kids act out, it's not because they like they just want to make their parents' lives hard. It's because they're struggling in some way and they don't know how to communicate it. And they may not be able to communicate it, period. They may not have the words, the resources, the tools to do so. And so, you know, it is kind of on your end to try and connect there. And so I feel like with the Six of Cups here, you're really being encouraged to trust intuitively what's going on, and also be willing to sit in the discomfort of not knowing and try your best anyway. I feel like if you do have kids and this interpretation applies to you, they'll really appreciate the effort that you put into trying to understand them, and at the very least trying to make things, you know, better, and just like knowing that you're in their corner and that you care and that you don't want them to feel that way, that you don't want to have that type of relationship with them. I feel like that can go a long way. So for those of you, for that message, there's that. But for the rest of you, I definitely think that there is a bit of inner child healing here that you're being encouraged to look at, especially in the sense of what you believe you're capable of. Because I definitely think that there are patterns from your childhood that came about as protective mechanisms, as a way to keep yourself safe, that ended up like becoming habits and patterns now that get in the way of your ability to thrive. And so I feel like there is this encouragement to do some energy healing and energy work with your inner child, whether that's through a practitioner. I do have a messages from your inner child that's maybe like a year or so old if you want to search for that. But inner child healing is not about like playing with Play-Doh. It can be, but it's a lot more about getting in touch with those authentic parts of self from childhood that, you know, were not conditioned into you. They were just natural parts of your being. I definitely think that you're being encouraged to do whatever healing you need to come back home to yourself and recognize that you're not just one role. You're not just here to be there for others. You're here to have your own path and explore too. And that can be really hard when you're in a caretaking position or when you do have kids, or especially young kids. You know, there's just a lot going on, and it's okay. And I think that one of the things that Spirit wants to bring up to you is the fact that a lot of what you feel like is you not having enough or you not being able to be successful is just you only acknowledging these things, like only acknowledging these possibilities when you're exhausted or when you're feeling defeated or when you're kind of wanting an escape from your reality. I definitely think that you are more focused on the destination than on the journey there, which this is the perfect reading for you if that's the case. And I think that that's maybe getting in the way of you remembering what your ultimate goals are, and getting in the way of you remembering that it's not about you know, getting this done in 2 weeks. This is about the journey and the process of getting there in the first place. Like, that's what's going to be worthy and worth it. And I definitely think that in terms of what's in alignment with your highest good, it's a restructuring where you are recognizing where you're giving too much of yourself and taking a little bit of that back and finding ways to give it to yourself. And if that means, and whatever that means for you, coming up and implementing solutions that are not only going to add more energy to your life, but add more opportunities to your life. So, you know, maybe for some of you, you've been wanting to go back to school, but you haven't even looked at programs you're interested in. That's a great thing to start at. Another thing, maybe you are wanting to start a business, you know, maybe you're not ready to be fully prepared, but maybe you start creating inventory and doing research. There are so many ways in which you can just start to make things real. And I'll use myself as an example. I'm making a video I'm really excited about that's going to be on this channel. And it's been in my head for like eons, but it wasn't until like last week that I started actually like typing it and putting it down. I'm like, oh my god, this is gonna be so fun. I can't wait. It'll probably be like at least a month or so until it's out, so chill. But it will be there, and I'm excited for y'all to see it. But with that being said, I feel like with the star on the back of the deck, this is just a beautiful reminder that this slowing down is not because you're doing anything wrong. It's not because everything is going to shit and that you're going to fail. This is because the universe is compassionate enough to slow you down before you move to so far in another direction. It takes a lot more time to get back in alignment. You know, you really, truly, genuinely cannot move forward if you neglect yourself in this process. And so I feel like the universe is slowing things down so that you can kind of recalibrate, rebalance things. I'm seeing Oregon Trail in my head right now. The game. And there's an app, there's a mobile version on the iOS App Store. I don't know if it's on the Android App Store, but like it's so much fun. There's like a little notification that's like, make sure to take regular breaks. And I'm like, it's an app. And then jokes on me, I spent like 6 hours playing it. And, you know, and there are certain points where you have to like restructure the wagon and the wagon starts breaking. So you got to fix your supplies and you got to do other stuff. And so I was just kind of seeing that. And I feel like in a way, like that's kind of where you're at right now, is like things are not working the way that they usually do in order to show you where things in your life, within you and around you, need your help, need your assistance, or need things changed. And I think that a lot of this has to do with you. And I think some of it has to do with reconnecting with the things that bring you inspiration, reconnecting with the people that bring you inspiration, reconnecting with the reasons why you do care for others, why you do want to do more for yourself. You know, it's really important to reconnect with the whys. And I feel like that's what you're really being encouraged here. And I think you're also just really being encouraged to, especially with the Six of Cups and this Page of Pentacles, to continue healing your relationship with yourself in whatever ways that feels good for you. Because I feel like there is a part of you that believes fundamentally that you're not good enough, or that you're not able to take up space in the places that you want to be. And that's not the truth. That is a fear, that is an illusion, and that could be something that was conditioned in you. And if that's the case, I'm so sorry, but that doesn't mean it has to stay there, and it doesn't have to have a place there, and you can always choose something differently. And I think the biggest thing is like the number one, I think, is really, I mean, obviously your pile one, we have the Ace, which is a 1. The Ace, we've got 2 aces here, and November could be significant, 11, or January. I don't even know what, oh, it's April. Yeah, I never know. I run on vibes, not time. But anyway, I definitely think that you're being encouraged to just look at how you're being unfair to yourself, and how those shoulds are getting in the way of what you really could be doing, and how you could be living, and how you could be there for yourself. And I think that there's a lot of focus on the past, and I think you're being encouraged to start looking towards the future and what you do want to create. You know, the past is there, but what's going on in the present, and how can we wield that to be closer to the future we want to have? That is a big thing here. So are you on the right path? Yes, you are. And you will continue to be more so as you start leaning into these solutions. And in fact, I think that you will know whether you're on the right path or not, because things will continue to be more challenging and continue to go slower the more you ignore and neglect the changes you know you need to make, and the parts of self you know you need to look at. But that's okay. You're doing great. You're doing amazing. So with that being said, drop something. We're gonna go ahead now and get some deeper guidance here and just clarify all of these. So the Queen of Pentacles, Spirit, and the Ace of Wands. What guidance do you have for this aspect of pile 1's life? Yes, okay, we have the heart chakra with marjoram. The theme is comfort. The trigger statement is people cannot be trusted, and the true statement is I trust my heart. Your big, beautiful heart is ready to open. Trust that you will be able to discern who is best to walk with you. Yeah, especially if you've been in your comfort zone for quite a long time. It can be really hard to get out of that, and it's not just you. It's not just a willpower thing. The more we do things that are, I'm going to show you this. It's kind of crazy for this to pop out. This one card fell off the deck as I was talking. The more you do the same thing over and over, the more a pathway is carved in your brain for that specific behavior. So it is going to take time and consistency and discipline to create the changes that you're wanting. But just because you slip, or just because, you know, it's going to be challenging, doesn't mean it's not worth it. Like, it is just as challenging to stay stuck in a situation that you know isn't aligned with you, and that you know is draining you, and that you know is not right. But what's beautiful is that we have liberated with adaptable. What happens next is the trigger statement, and the true statement is, I'm divinely connected. Dear soul, please remember that you never walk alone. And I'm actually going to put this over here because I didn't shuffle it for this. But I do think that what Spirit is really saying here is that, you know, you may get yourself like stuck in these rigid patterns because you forget that you even can adapt them, and that you even can change them. And there could be a part of you, you know, that is very like, has a really hard time shifting and changing things. And if you're really attached to doing things a specific way, even if you know that they're not good for you, I would really encourage you to find some help in making those changes in whatever way that is for you, because you don't have to do things that way. And sometimes the most powerful thing can be just shifting your perspective and realizing like you're creating a lot more problems than necessary, and that's not something to beat yourself up for. It's just something to realize about your human nature. What about this apathy, King of Pentacles vibe? Ooh, okay. We have forgiveness. The trigger statement is, I did not deserve this. And the true statement is, I forgive. Allow the labels of judgment to disappear. See situations and individuals through your heart and forgive yourself. So there's a lot of heart energy here, which I love. And wouldn't you know it, that's what's on the back of the deck. So I definitely think that in this case, you know, if you've had an argument with your partner, if you've had, you know, if you're not in a partnership, but if you're feeling like, if you are, for example, a counterpart and you feel your counterpart, and after a while of not feeling them, you know, maybe realizing like, you know, the judgment calls that you made about it are not necessarily the truth. I think more than anything though, what you're really being encouraged to do is forgive yourself for your own perceived shortcomings, and recognize maybe how you have those expectations of your partner. And maybe, you know, I don't know what's happened. If there has been like hardship between the two of you, I definitely think that Spirit is encouraging you to, you know, do the healing work you need to be able to forgive. And that doesn't mean that forgiveness does not mean that behavior is acceptable. And it also does not mean that you have to leave yourself vulnerable to someone or something. But it seems like in this situation, whoever this person is someone that really matters to you, and you really matter to them. Like, this is counterpart energy. So just know that like, it's okay to have ups and downs, and it's okay to like take space and you know, take time, but don't allow your ego and your insecurities to like project things onto them that may not be true. I definitely think it's important for you to forgive yourself, and forgive. Yeah. I won't tell you what you need to do in terms of forgiveness towards others, but I do think forgiveness towards self can be very powerful. What about this Queen of Wands in reverse and this Ace of Cups, please? Beautiful. Okay, we have Citronella, which is a great candle if you've got mosquitoes. I always have it outside in the summer, but the trigger statement is, I am being invaded, and the true statement is, I am pure. As you align with the frequency of peace, the invasions from outside yourself and dissonance within are neutralized. So I definitely think that you're being encouraged to do purging work around your beliefs around yourself, but also you're really being encouraged to look at how much power you give other people. There's this book about psychic self-protection that literally talks about how, you know, you can only be vulnerable to attacks or negative energy outside of you. I'm talking energetically speaking. Physically it's a bit different, but you can only be vulnerable to those sorts of things when there's something within you that is vulnerable to it. And like the best way to protect yourself from negativity, one, is to have goodwill towards yourself and others, and two, to, you know, work on healing the things that are leaving you vulnerable. And so one thing that is clearly leaving you vulnerable is your self-esteem, and the belief that you're good enough, and the belief that you're worthy. And I would not be shocked if you're massively overthinking any steps you want to take, because look at the state of the internet right now. Like, negativity is just so heightened, and it's really sad. It's really, really sad. Like, I miss like the 2016 internet where people were less inclined to be mean, and memes were funnier. And I don't know, maybe the memes weren't funnier. We have really good memes now. I think maybe memes have always been funny in their own ways, but yeah. Anyway, now I'm just reminiscing. Now I'm just going back in my day. Anyway, we're focused on today. I said don't focus on the past, and here I am focusing on the past. We're all hypocrites. I'll forgive myself for that. Okay, what about this obstruction is this Page of Pentacles in reverse? What's going on here? How can pile 1 deal with this? We got 2 cards. Okay. We have another heart card. We have lavender with balance. The trigger statement is, no one understands me. And the true statement is, I ask for what I need. From a place of love, you need to stand up and speak your truth. What you wish for the universe is what you wish for is what the universe wishes for you. So one example that I'm getting specifically is, I guess this depends on like the receptibility and age if you're in the children group, but one thing that I'm hearing is that it could be really helpful for you to just like tell them, like, I don't know how to help you right now. I want to help you. I want to be there for you. You know, is there a way that I can, you know, help you? Like, what do you need? And they may not be able to answer that. They may not be able to give you an answer, but at the very least, like, I think that it can be very powerful to just know that your parent is trying and know that they don't want you to suffer and that they do care. But also this is for yourself as well. And recognizing that, you know, if you were a child who learned how to hide your own needs in order to people please, in order to, you know, make others happy, in order to feel safe in your environment, one of the things you have to change is advocating for yourself and speaking up for what you want and what you need. And people aren't mind readers, you know, they're not going to be able to know what that is until you speak out about it. Wow, we have a lot of heart cards. So we have protected with immune, and the trigger statement is, I am not safe, and the true statement is, I am secure. So this is a big sign to me that no matter whether you resonate with the kid's interpretation or not, every single person here has inner child wounds that they need to deal with. Your inner child does not feel safe in your body. Your inner child needs more support and needs to know that the adult version of you, your spirit, the true version of you has got you. And it clearly doesn't feel that way right now. I am doing this process through inner family systems therapy. That is something that I'm finding is working really well for me, but it may not be for everyone. It is just a type of therapy, inner family systems, that is basically focused on looking at the systems inside of us that we create to protect ourselves that get in the way of the authentic spirit, and finding ways to reintegrate them, you know, heal them in ways where they do not run the show anymore, but our spirit does. And so that might be something you want to look at. I've found a lot of benefit from it, but you know, there are so many ways that you can do inner child healing and so many ways in which you can feel safe in yourself. And what's interesting is, you know, we have 2 root chakra cards here, and they're both related to the self in this case. Because I see this queen energy as you, and like I said, you don't have to be a woman or even have any feminine energy for this to apply. Well, I guess it could apply to your feminine energy, but like I said, this is about energy, not identity, or sex, so biology, those things. So just know, but I do see these 2 queens as you. I see you, queen. What's that song? Yes, Queen. I think it's by Young Baby Tate. Such a good song. That may be for you. But these 2 aces here are really speaking to the fact that you need to create more opportunities to connect with yourself and feel safer exploring, you know, this dimension and this reality. It seems like you have habits and patterns that you feel safe exploring, but anything outside of that is overwhelming, especially if you don't know what the results are going to be. And so I definitely think that there is this shift of you realizing that you not only are you capable of protecting yourself, but the inner parts of you need to know that they're safe and need to know that you've got their back, and that you will make decisions that won't betray them in order to keep moving towards your highest good, and in order to stay in alignment with what's true for you. And we have so much heart chakra energy here, so I really think you're being encouraged to connect with your heart, do things that help heal your heart, do things that just, you know, get you in your heart space, and a little bit of solar plexus. But you know, more than anything, I think that what you're just being encouraged to do is have more confidence in yourself and take more of an active role in your healing, and take a look at like what do I need that I'm not even realizing that I'm needing? That could help you a lot. And you may have to just start trying things and see what works for you. You know, what works for someone may not work for someone else, and that's okay. So with that being said, we're going to go ahead now and get into your charms. I'm going to give you a headphone warning here. Getting the charms is a little bit loud, so you may want to turn that down. My eyes will be closed while I do this. And yeah, we're going to use these charms to serve both as extra guidance for you as well as signs on your path. So pile 1, Spirit. What signs and guidance do they need to see here for their highest good? Wow, okay, a lot. Beautiful, okay. So first of all, we have the sun, which I think is incredible. So I feel like no matter what, this is a sign that light is coming and that it will continue to be coming, but also, well, that's one way you could connect with yourself and be more passionate with yourself or with your partner or with a partner. But for others, I feel like this is just a beautiful sign that you will see the light and that the answers you're looking for are coming. You may be encouraged to like say a prayer or just, you know, ask for more of those signs to be shown to you. I also think too, you're really being encouraged to connect with like the childlike parts of yourself and keep things light. Like if you have a tendency to ruminate or, you know, just kind of be introverted and be like kind of keep your own darkness like close to the chest, I feel like you're being encouraged to bring it out into the light, because I think what you'll realize once you see it more clearly, whether it's writing it down or talking about it with a therapist or even talking about it like with your partner or someone that you trust, you'll realize like, oh, these things aren't things I need to be ashamed of, and these problems aren't even as big as I thought they were, you know. I also think with the sun here though, this is just a beautiful sign moving forward to like keep focusing on the light, keep focusing on positivity, on joy, because I definitely think there's a negative kind of, and it's not a dialogue. I think it's deeper than a dialogue. I think there's subconscious negativity that is not allowing the positive dialogue that you have consciously. It's not allowing that positive dialogue to really sink in, because on a subconscious level, I think there's a part of you that still doesn't believe it's true. And so there may need to be, you know, work on the subconscious level where you start to undo these patterns and belief systems, not from a conscious logical place, but from a subconscious place. So like, for example, my inner family systems therapy, like I'm mainly in meditation the whole time. So that is like, you know, when you're doing like things like energy healing and stuff like that, you know, it may not be the most conscious cerebral process, but that can be very powerful and it's very important. But we also have the Seven of Pentacles. Well, Seven of Pentacles is all about patience, and I'll take that as a bit of a Freudian slip. But this is actually the Seven of Cups. And I feel like right now, these together, one would indicate a cutting through confusion, but two, I think that you're also being encouraged to stay in this mode of exploration, because there are a lot of potentials that you kind of need to explore in order to be more sure of where you want to plant your seeds. But I also think too, you may be creating a lot of confusion for yourself by considering options that are not even things that you want, but things you feel like you should do, or things you feel like you could do if you needed to. And so I feel like those are the first things you need to nix as just like, no, not for me, babe. Not at all. Let's see. We also have, yes, you're doing fine. Don't give up. Yeah, Spirit is really saying, and Spirit is saying like, everything is fine. You know, these changes, these blockages that you're experiencing are not because you're doing something wrong. It's to recalibrate and get you to do even more right. Like this is for your highest good. And the fact that there's like a white dog on here, white dogs could be significant, but I love how he's like standing in front of the sun, or what looks like the sun, but on the Fool card there is a white dog, and so I feel like this is a beautiful sign that like the new beginnings that you want are coming, but you have to be patient. You have to plant those seeds and go through the process in order to get there. Don't give up, keep persevering, even when the going gets tough. We also have I love autumn. So if your name is Autumn, this is an encouragement of self-love. Maybe someone named Autumn that you love is coming through to say hi and that they love you, and maybe they could be a source of someone that you could talk to. But I also see autumn as a time of harvest. And the fact that we have these two acorns here, you know, an acorn starts out as just this tiny little guy, and then it becomes over time a giant tree. And I think that you're being encouraged to recognize that the seeds you plant in spring, you're not going to start seeing until summer, fall. And so to trust that it may take time for the fruits of your labor to be shown, but that doesn't mean that they're not worth it. And that doesn't mean that they won't bear fruit. It just means that you'll have to be patient. And unfortunately, in this world of instant gratification, that is a very hard thing to do. But remember, time isn't real in the same way we perceive it. And what seems like a long time for you is like really a blip in the grand scheme of things. And so that's why it's so important to keep persevering. Let's see. Let's do the little fortunes. I decided to add them. I always had them. I've been like collecting them for a long time. I love Chinese food or American Chinese food. And yeah, so I've got a lot of these bad boys, and I decided to add them to the charm bowl. But to start, we have all things are difficult before they are easy. And that is very, very true. And I think that the hardest part is getting started. Usually the hardest part is showing up. Like, even for me today, like sitting down to do this reading, I did everything else before I sat down and did this because I was like nervous, you know? And once I'm here, once I'm talking to y'all, it just like the whole world melts, and it's just you and me, and it's magic, and it's beautiful. And it's like I don't get that reassurance until I'm here and actually doing it, you know? The fear sticks until I do it anyway. But let's see, your numbers here are 5, 18, 13, 33, 55, 53. We have, you will soon overcome certain challenges in your life. Yeehaw. Okay, and then we have 2, 8, 18, 23, 45, 54. Sorry if I wasn't holding that correctly. Let's do those two. Let's look at some charms now, and we'll go back. We got a citrus fruit that looks like a lime. Maybe some of you need to give yourselves permission to just have a little tequila. I don't know, that's what limes make me think of. But not saying that I'm encouraging drinking. I'm just, obviously drink responsibly. But if you want to, maybe you just need to let yourself have a little fun. But this could also just be a sign. Maybe you need more citrus fruits. Like I'm thinking about like scurvy right now and pirates. Maybe you need some citrus in your life. But also I'm thinking of Sour Patch Kids, like first they're sour, then they're sweet. And so I think maybe some sour experiences or sour beginnings will turn very sweet once you see them through, once you keep chewing. We also have this 4-leaf clover, so the Celtics, Boston can be significant because I just thought like Boston Celtics. Did I say Celtics or I don't know. I'm not a basketball girly. I was raised on hockey, but Ireland could be significant. That was terrible. That was so bad. I would like to personally apologize to the entire country of Ireland for that and pretend like it did not happen. But I also just see this as luck. Like you've got luck on your side, and the universe is really wanting you to trust in your abilities and trust in where you're being called to, and just recognize that, like, you know, luck is a vibe and you got to believe that you're lucky. Anyway, we have this little coffee cup. So one thing that I'm hearing is that you may want to look at your caffeine intake, especially if you drink more caffeine than you do water. That is a problem, and that will lead to your energy levels like dwindling. I also think with this though, if you are someone who has a hard time going out of like your specific routine or has a hard time, you know, treating yourself, one of the easiest things you can do to treat yourself is like, you know, just a quick walk or drive to a coffee shop and to just sit there and maybe go on a walk with your drink, or invite a friend, or, you know, I always see the moms on TikTok like going to get their coffee and like getting their kid a little cake pop, which is so cute. So like, you know, maybe you do that, and that's one way to bond with your kid if you have them. I really want to see what's on the back of the deck of this. I never looked. We have will. The trigger statement is, I am a victim. And the true statement is, I am powerful beyond measure. You are strong and capable. With gratitude, optimism, and action, manifest the life you desire. Yeah, this is beautiful, and this is exactly the vibes that we want here. So love that. Anyway, maybe ginger is significant as well. Let's look at these now. We have, even if you're on the right track, you'll get run over if you just sit there. And, you know, I agree and disagree with this because the universe is intentionally slowing you down. But I feel like this slowing down is not to tell you to take a different path. This is meant to tell you that you need to keep going even with what's going on, and know that you're not doing anything wrong, but to not allow like the panic mode and the things that run like programs in your brain that create a lot of stress for yourself. Like those are the things that you're gonna wanna start purging, just because they won't be helpful for you. And those are the exact things the universe is wanting you to look at, because those are what's going to get in the way of your manifestations coming to fruition, you know, your path and your visions coming to fruition. But the lucky numbers here are 14, 40, 27, 24, 18, 6. And then finally, we have your dreams can only come true once you wake up. And ooh, we've got repeating numbers. So 53, 55, 33 all seem to be very significant numbers for you. 1, 19, and 59 as well. So yeah, there's a lot here about you recognizing your dreams and recognizing how important they are to follow. And also to just realize, like, the assumptions you have about how other people have gotten to where they are most likely wrong. And in fact, you know, the people that you see as having it all or as being successful, they're still human. They still have problems, and they still don't feel great, you know, all the time. They may have, like, you know, I won't begin to presume, but I genuinely wish that, like, every single person could have their wildest dreams come true, so that they realize that, like, it's not the answer to everything, and even when you have it all, it can still feel like you don't have enough. And so that's why that inner work is so important, because, you know, you could get to where you want to be and then feel like, and then have like an existential crisis because you're not able to appreciate it or it's not enough. So it's really important to keep doing your own work on yourself as you move forward, because that's what's going to help you genuinely appreciate and savor and be present with the blessings that come from you following your path. We have this penny here, which I'm hearing a penny saved is a penny earned. Let me see what year this is. 2021. So the year 2021 could be significant. Lincoln, in terms of the car, town, I guess the president, could be significant. Copper could be significant. But also like a penny, just in terms of like what you may want to have happen. It may require like financial shifts, and it may require you to like do things differently, but that's okay. And also I think that you're being encouraged as well to do things like to DIY things. I will say the DIY girlies on TikTok and elsewhere are just so incredible. Like, I'm sure there are plenty of like, and I've only seen things in passing, but like the stuff that y'all do, whether you're watching this or not, like is so cool. And I feel like there's a lot of inspiration you can find not only online, but in terms of how we are like, how we consume and how we purchase things, like that is shifting and changing. So I think that you're being encouraged to look at where you put your money and whether it's serving your ultimate goals or not. And also, are you overestimating like how much you need to start a goal, or are you like, yeah. But I also see this as a beautiful sign of like letting go of lack mentality and recognizing that like you will have what you need. And that starts by like trusting yourself and trusting the universe and just trusting the flow of things. We also have this little guy, which reminds me of the Six of Cups. And so with the butterfly being there, I feel like this is a beautiful sign of evolution. Someone from your past could be coming back around, like especially with these cards here. I didn't get that in the card interpretations, but there could be like some of its healing that you're doing could be to rewrite history, like in terms of, you know, wounds your inner child has. Like a big part of your healing process could be, if, for example, if you're a parent, parenting your children differently than how you were parented, and doing things in a way that you know you would have appreciated. Or for example, if you know you were told which like God, I really hope nobody ever told you this, but if they did, I'm so sorry and you deserved better. But if anyone told you, parents or otherwise, that you wouldn't amount to something, or that you needed to be realistic or change your expectations, or you had to live a certain way, otherwise you were bad or evil or wrong, I think that this is a beautiful sign that through your growth and transformation and coming home to yourself, you'll realize that not only can you honor the past for what it was, you can honor your journey for what it was, but you can also choose to write a new story, choose to live a life that's aligned with you, and allowing yourself to be like the beautiful butterfly that you are. Butterflies could also be a significant sign. But we also have the sign of Scorpio, which with passionate, which I feel like passion is such a key word here. So Scorpio energy could be significant. And I was thinking about November earlier. So, and November does have Scorpio season in it. So that could be significant. And finally, we have the letter N. And I think that if I feel like you need to pay attention to what you say no and what you say yes to, and make sure those are in alignment with what you truly want. In the words of our queens, Mary Kate and Ashley, or I think only one of them said that, but no is a complete sentence, and I'm sure they both live by that. So the letter N in general could be significant, and I also think this N is a sign to not say no before you even have that answer, and to not be afraid of no, because every no is leading you to the right yes, and that's what truly matters. So pile 1, that is where I'm going to leave this reading. Thank you guys so much for watching and for letting me read for you, and thank you so much for letting my ads play in the background. That is one of the simplest and easiest ways to show support and appreciation for my channel. But if you'd like to do that in other ways, you can like this video, comment down below, let me know how it resonates, subscribe if you haven't already. You can click that little notification bell to be notified whenever I upload a new reading. You can check out my merch, you can check out any other videos, as well as videos with extendeds. You can check out my candles. Be sure to use code ESO10 for 10% off. You can check out my fat juicy ass, just kidding. You can't, but yeah, I can't remember the rest of this, but that's all I have for you guys. So thank you so much for watching and for letting me read for you. I hope that this reading resonated and that it helped. I hope you all have a wonderful day or night whenever it is that you're watching this video, and I hope you'll come back and see me again soon. Bye! Hi there, Pile 2. Welcome to your reading, and thank you so much for being here. If you guys chose the Citrine Point and the Star Power Tarot, this is going to be a reading on Are You on the Right Path? And right path meaning the path that is aligned with your highest good and the highest good of all beings. So if you want a full breakdown of the reading, whew, that's a vibe. This is very Finding Nemo. Is it Darla? This is very Darla coded. Whoa. Okay, hi Pile 2. Welcome to your reading, and thank you so much for being here. I probably already said that, but I have poor short-term memory. If you want to check out the intro, the full reading breakdown is there, but what we're going to go ahead and do is just start by looking at where you are at right now, and based on the orientation of the cards, that will let us know whether you are in alignment with your path or not, and then based on that, we will look at whether we need to get guidance on how to stay there or how to shift things. Will likely be a mixture of both. These are fun to shuffle. Let's do one more. We'll go for it. So, per usual, if this first beginning part resonates with where you are currently at in life, then this reading is for you. If it doesn't, I would try a different pile. So Pile 2, Spirit. Is Pile 2 currently on the right path? Where are they at in life right now? Oof. Okay, that wanted to come out, but it felt forced. Okay. We have the Four of Pentacles in reverse. We have the Queen of Pentacles. Whoa, that's weird. Okay. Pile 1 also got the Queen of Pentacles upright right here. We could have completely different readings, so don't worry about that. But if you were drawn to Pile 1, there might be messages there for you too. What else, Spirit? How is Pile 2 doing? Are they on the right path? We have the Knight of Swords in reverse. I love these cards. I need to use them more often. Okay. Is Pile 2 on the right path, please. Ooh, okay. We have the moon in reverse. Okay. And that actually came out upright and it flipped itself reverse. So Spirit's not coming to play today. Yeah, we got the 7 of Cups in reverse, but I'm not going to keep it on here because YouTube has a problem with the human body, even though that's a nice booty and I wish you could see it. I hope, well, if you want to see it more deeply, you can screenshot it. So, yes and no. Are you on the right path? Circling back to pile 1's reading, in certain instances, yes, but in a lot of cases, no. And I think that this has a lot to do with what's going on internally inside of you that you may be working really hard on avoiding by doing physical self-care and doing things that feel good in the material realm. This is kind of the vibe that I'm getting. It seems like there is an unwillingness to let go of past energies or an unwillingness to be open to what's trying to reveal itself to you. And I feel like there could be this attachment to the stability and security that you've had in the recent present past is not a word, that you feel very comfortable with. And it almost seems like for you, it was like a leveling up, like, oh, I finally got to this place where, you know, things just feel balanced and I feel good. And now Spirit's like, great. So we have these things we want you to look at. And you're like, no, I just got balanced. Like, why are you doing this to me? Which is like such a mood. Welcome to lifing. I'm sure you're well aware, but in case you're not. And it definitely seems like there are things trying to get your attention that you are hell-bent on avoiding or hell-bent on shaming yourself for, which is not cool. So if you could you please like apologize to yourself for maybe being unnecessarily harsh on yourself? I'm serious, do it. I'll wait. Okay, and if you didn't, take note of that. The fact that you can't even forgive yourself for whatever you are shaming yourself for, that is something to take note of. And to not judge yourself for, but to have compassion for the fact that whatever's going on within you is so intense that you can't even give yourself grace about it. That is a sign that we need to go within. So I definitely think that in terms of like your material security or just where you've gotten in life, it seems like you feel pretty stable, and this instability inside of you is probably deeply uncomfortable. I wouldn't be shocked if you're dealing with a lot of negative dialogue. I also wouldn't be shocked if you could be mouthy right now, and like maybe not in front of other people, but I do this all the time where I'll just like rant in my house and be like, oh, what the fuck, like why are people like this, like whoa. And it's so frustrating because it's like you see all this clown behavior around you and then you go to a mirror and then you have to look at your own clown face and be like, I'm part of the problem. But like, fuck, humanity and being a human, it's a lot. And I think that you are kind of contending with this fact that like it seems like on paper you've gotten a lot of the like normal human things down, or at least to a point where you feel comfortable and secure in them. But there are parts of you that are not being seen, and I think that these are especially like shadowy parts, especially with the moon in reverse. And honestly, I wouldn't be shocked if this has a lot to do with like fears. This could also have to do with just like mental illness. You know, if you have like high functioning anxiety, or you know are able to you don't have to have like a specific diagnosis, but if you can be mentally ill and highly functioning while doing it, you are actually in a much worse position, because on the outside you look fine, but on the inside everything is on fire. Like that SpongeBob episode where they look inside of his brain and like they're trying to find a name and they're like, come on, and like literally his whole brain's on fire. That's kind of what I feel like is going on with you. And you know, one of the things that I kind of forgot before I started this video is that like even when you're not in alignment, you're in alignment, because that lack of alignment is showing you where things need to be shifted, and you need to experience that in order to know that something needs to change. And so I feel like in this case, there's a part of you that's really holding on to some past pain, and that's also really holding on to stories about your past self, stories that maybe other people told you, as well as this kind of darkness within you that I think you're really afraid of looking at. And the thing is that this darkness wants to be seen by you, wants to be held by you, wants to be acknowledged by you. And I think that you are too afraid to do that, or almost unwilling to do that, because I think there is a part of you knows that where your psyche is at right now, it would be really harsh and maybe very judgmental towards those parts of yourself that, you know, you don't want to look at. And I think one of the biggest things to remember here is that it's not shameful to be flawed. It's not shameful to be human. And more so than that, there's a lot of cool stuff in your subconscious and cool aspects of self that I think you've forgotten about because you've held on so much to this idea of how you need to show up, how you need to be around people. And it's left you feeling like a stranger to yourself. And I think there is a part of you, probably your ego, that likes this level of like, oh, I can suffer in silence and people don't know, which is not good. That's not good, at least in my opinion. But also I think there is a part of you that may be attached to this idea of like, well, at least if it doesn't look like I'm struggling, and at least if like things look good on paper, then like everything is fine. And that's not true, because you're not truly living. You're living how you think you should be. And with the moon in reverse here, it seems like there's just an extreme neglect of what's going on inside of you in order to feel in control in the outside world. And it seems like all your focus and energy and intention has gone there. And this is really interesting because, like I said, you know, pile 1 had this Queen of Pentacles coming out too, but the interpretations are already so different. So I definitely feel like in your case, like you're doing a great job at like external self-care things, like, you know, taking those nice baths, like movement that feels good, you know, making sure you're nourishing your body. But your spirit is not being nourished, your brain is not being nourished, and your emotional state is not being nourished. And I also feel like with this 4 of Pentacles in reverse, there is a part of you that just fundamentally doesn't feel good enough. And I feel like that's why you're probably putting so much effort and intention into making the outside world appear perfect. I technically heard Beyonce in my head going flawless. And that is a problem because flaws are fine and nobody is flawless except for me. Just kidding. But I do think that there are some maybe, and because of your unwillingness to look at this, because of your fear of looking at this, these energies are running rampant inside of you, creating more chaos. And it seems like as a way to deal with the increasing chaos, you are putting more effort and intention into controlling your external reality, which is just making things worse. So if that resonates, first of all, I just wish I could give you a big hug, and I just want you to know that like this is okay. I'm sorry if you feel a little scalped right now, but like this is how we grow, this is how we learn. And like these energies I completely understand, and like they're not to be ashamed of. These are to be acknowledged so that they can't rule you anymore, so that you can thrive in a way where you feel good, not only about where you're at externally, but internally as well. So that resonates, we're going to go ahead and get into the second part of this reading, where we are going to look at, for these 3, how we can shift these energies into alignment, and for this one, what you need to know about this Queen of Pentacles energy. But with that being said, if you're enjoying this reading, or if you want to support me in any way, thank you guys to everyone who takes the time to leave me a little like, a subscribe, a little comment. That stuff helps me more than you realize, especially too just like letting the ads play in the background. For real though, if you watch a lot of YouTube, I know it's kind of expensive, but I think YouTube Premium is so worth it. Like I would say that I don't really like watch a lot of stuff in general at this point in my life, but if I do watch anything, it's YouTube. And like the last thing I want to deal with is an ad. I know they're annoying, but like we live in a society and we need to pay for things in order to live, and that's how it is. So thank you to everyone who supports me and just helps me. It means so much. And yeah, I just wanted you to know that, you know, if you're appreciating this stuff and you want to give back in any way, those are simple ways to do so and free ways to do so. So thank you to everyone who does. Okay, let's start by looking at what you need to know about this Queen of Pentacles / how you can stay. Oof, okay, we have the 4 of Cups upright. Interesting. 4 of Cups. I meant 4 of Pentacles. See? This Knight of Swords in reverse is coming for my neck now. Okay, how can we shift this 4 of Pentacles upright, please. How can we shift this Four of Pentacles to be upright, or how can we shift this Four of Pentacles in general? We have the Eight of Swords. Okay. What about the Knight of Swords in reverse? We have the Knight of Cups upright. Ooh, interesting. I like that. And what about the Moon, Spirit? How can we shift the Moon in reverse to be in alignment with pile 2's highest good? Ooh, we have the Emperor. Okay. Zaddy energy. And look what's on the back of the deck, the Moon upright. Gotta get your wolves in order, bro. This is what this is about. You will be on the right path once your wolves are in alignment. I don't know. I really like talking about wolves. Okay. So with this Queen of Pentacles here, I think this is so interesting that it's coming out here when it came out in reverse. I feel like what you need to know about this Queen of Pentacles energy is that there may be a huge attachment on keeping the status quo of whatever you have liked about the material shifts you've had. And there's nothing wrong with that. But it does seem like you could be shifting into a bit of a lack mentality out of fear of losing what you've built for yourself. And that is not healthy. I definitely think that it's also creating this energy where it's hard for you to trust what's right in your heart. And I feel like it's making you doubt yourself and doubt your ability to even reap more abundance, or doubt that it'll be okay if your finances fluctuate, or if, you know, you have to take some sort of risk. I feel like there is this energy here where you're being asked to not be so attached to the persona or the person that you've become, because you are in a state of flux always. And like those core parts of you that are shown in this Queen of Pentacles, like they will never leave you, you know, being nurturing, being dependable, being humble, being down to earth. You know, I love Queen of Pentacles energy. It's just very grounding. And just like, oh, it just feels like a warm hug. Queen of Pentacles energy for sure. If you've ever seen the Hermit Tarot, Lorraine, she is incredible, and she's Capricorn, and she just has this very like, oh, I just feel like a warm hug when she talks to me, and I feel safe. And those are like some of the vibes that you give me. And I think that one thing that you may not realize is that those vibes you do not extend to yourself. And I feel like you're really missing out on the benefit of this Queen of Pentacles energy, because it's almost like you're embodying it as a way to prove a point to others, when in reality, you're meant to embody it in a way that's nurturing and regenerative for yourself. So not only can you sustain this like stable energy, but also be able to have the time, the space, and the energy to look at what's going on within and not have to worry about what's happening around you, because that stability is already there. And so I think one thing is like so your guides are really encouraging you to keep up with the routines and habits that you've put in place that really make you feel good and that really prop up the person you're becoming, but to try your best to be neutral about the fact that, you know, you are in a better position, you are in a better place than you were, and that's okay. You don't have to be attached to that. You can be neutral about that, because the attachment to it creates a fear of losing it. And I think that fear of losing it has created a lot of mental and emotional stress that has led to wounds and things that were already inside of you building more and more. And now that you finally are in a place where you can kind of take a step back and start to look at yourself and start to look at, you know, what's going on inside of you, that stability is meant to be that anchor, so that when you come out of these states of like, you know, going within, whether that's through meditation, whether that's through energy healing, whatever it may be, you know, you have this stable grounding environment around you and routine established within you that you can rely on when things feel unstable within you. And it can kind of be like your refuge, like your anchor or your buoy in a stormy sea. Now with the Four of Pentacles in reverse, how we shift this is by getting out of our head. You know, this is really speaking to me about lack mentality and feeling not good enough, worried that you're going to lose what you've built, worried that, you know, people are gonna see the truth. Like, this is imposter syndrome vibes, which, like, I understand completely. It is hard to feel good about yourself and what you're doing. I don't blame you. It's very hard. But I gotta let you know, babe, you're much better than you think you are. I don't know why I'm talking like this, but I can say it's very fun. And I will say as well, when you speak in funny voices, it's really hard to ruminate because you're too busy, you know, chatting shit in a voice that brings you pleasure. So one way to get out of your head is just voice your opinions in a funny, in a voice that makes you happy. I don't even know what that was, but that could be a way to get out of your head. This Eight of Swords is all about you needing to ground. With this Four of Pentacles in reverse, I definitely think that lack mentality will get the best of you when you are ungrounded and stuck in your head. Now, the important difference between the Eight of Swords and the Nine of Swords is that the Eight of Swords is rumination and trapped mental energy that we are capable of getting ourselves out of. And I love this depiction, especially because the woman in the image here is wearing a red dress and the woman here is wearing a red dress. And like I said, you don't have to be a woman for this reading to resonate for you. We're looking at energies here. And it makes me sad when guys feel like they can't like watch these videos or that this is not for them. Like, I'm sorry, I'm very girly. Like, I am very feminine, but that doesn't mean the fellas can't hang. You're more than welcome here, fellas. But I'm not going to create a gray and dull environment to make you feel more comfortable with peace and love. Yeah. There's definitely some distraction here. Like I feel very, like it's really hard for me to stay on track. And so I would say if you've been struggling to stick to your goals, it's probably because of being in your head. I would really look into like breathing techniques or just find ways to ground and get out of your head, because you are definitely projecting an image about yourself that's not the truth, that you're not good enough, that you're going to lose what you have, that this is not worth it, or that, you know, things can't work out better for you. Whatever just negative assumptions you have about yourself, whatever negative projections you have about yourself, they will rule the roost if you do not ground yourself and look into reality and be like, wait a minute, this is just a projection. This is just an illusion. This is just what I'm seeing in the mirror. And I also think it's so cool that this Four of Pentacles has like a bunch of eyes all over her. I don't know if that's what they're supposed to be, but that's what they look like to me. And I think that these eyes are really showing that a lot of your insecurity does not come from genuine beliefs about your worth or genuine beliefs about yourself, but fears that you being who you are will be misinterpreted, or taking on the stories and misinterpretations of other people and then trying to police yourself to make sure that those interpretations or those perceptions don't happen. But you can't control that, and all you're doing is inhibiting your ability to be yourself, because the reality is people are going to perceive you however they perceive you, whether you like it or not. And the only person you're really hurting there is you. So definitely, in order to get out of lack mentality, you really need to start grounding and getting out of your head and finding solutions to do that, and also just paying attention to when it's happening in the first place, because a lot of times we can be so in our head we don't even realize we're in our head. It's a party in the mind palace and we don't even realize it's been 12 hours. Anyway, speaking of the mind palace, Knight of Swords in reverse. How we shift this is through the Knight of Cups upright, which I love. The Knight of Cups upright here is all about you getting back into Delulu. And this is the thing about being delusional. To shift the Knight of Swords, being Delulu is the Solulu, because you are Delulu in a different way, where you're just projecting a lot of negativity, making negative assumptions, assuming ill intent, or assuming that things won't work out. And honestly, just having like a general like negative projection of the future, like, or just in like, it definitely seems like you're just kind of stuck in a place right now where you're feeling a bit nihilistic, which like mood. And I completely understand, like, there's so much around us that creates that. But one thing you've got to do is recognize the resources that feed that negative part of yourself, that feed that, you know, hopeless, nihilistic part of yourself, because we all have that. But that part of you doesn't serve, you know, that part of you can be immobilizing. And we need people down here ready to create change and ready to like make things better. And I think in your case, the way that you can do that is by creating more love in your life, through doing things that you love, through being around people that you love. For some of you, this could be an encouragement to put yourself back out there and start dating. Or for others, I mean, obviously if you're single, for others, this could be like you know how, like, one interpretation of this is like, oh, well, I'm never gonna meet anyone because dating apps suck, and I only do 3 things, and like I'm not gonna meet anyone. And it's like, yeah, no shit, you're not gonna meet anyone, because you're not doing anything to try to open yourself up to that. Like, you're not making any changes. You are stating outright that nothing will change, and you're holding firm to that. So of course things are gonna stay the same. Does that mean you should shame yourself for it? No, this is a normal line of thinking that many people have. But instead say, hey, you know, maybe I can do things differently. Maybe I can look up and see if there's like a speed dating thing. Maybe I can have a friend, you know, do a double date with me, see if they can set me up on a blind date. There's so many ways that you can do things differently. And this Knight of Cups is all about action. And this is about taking action from your heart and from your emotional desires, rather than your nihilistic assumptions about the world. Because you know what happens when you assume things? You make an ass out of you and me. In the words of my father. Anyway, this Knight of Cups is also about you just embracing the idea that, like, if you can live with a delusionally nihilistic viewpoint, you can also live with a delusionally optimistic viewpoint. Neither one is necessarily the ultimate truth, right? But it's almost like you kind of need the opposite polarity in order to kind of get yourself back into a baseline. It's like, yes, is everything outside of you sunshines and rainbows? No. But you can make it that way. You can feel it that way. And you could look for the sunshines and rainbows around you and see them, you know? I feel like this is a real call for you to look at where you are feeding your own negative dialogues and the actions that you take to do that, whether you realize it or not, what you're consuming. You want to know where you can go to feel very negative? The internet. You want to know, like, there are so many places that are just giving you negative messaging all the time. And I really think the universe is saying, like, it's not that you're wrong for having the perception that you do. It's just that you've been feeding that, and it's not only making you miserable, but it's also making it way more challenging for you to get out of these energies. And so this Knight of Cups is here to say we can do things differently. We can do things with like a yeehaw, la 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 vibe. Like, we don't need to be okay. We can be la 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 la. Like, a lot of you, I don't know how many people know that meme, but anyway, this is about you recognizing that your truth is whatever you choose it to be, and you don't have to choose one that stifles your soul and makes you feel like crap. And so the universe is really saying we've got to start finding the stuff, the belief systems, and the attitudes that are going to uplift us emotionally and make us excited and hopeful and optimistic. And not even necessarily optimistic, but just open to what the world might have to offer, and recognize that there are unlimited possibilities. There are so many ways in which you can do things differently. Now, moving over into the Moon in reverse with the Emperor upright. I love this. So this is all about you recognizing that your darkness does not control you. Your darkness is a part of you, and the ways in which it's quote unquote controlling you now, they're only able to do so because you believe they can control you. And it may be that they do because you don't know the parts that are operating yet. You don't know what it is that's controlling you, so you don't know how to implement solutions. I feel like this Emperor card here is all about you taking control of the fact that your shadows are not going to, I don't want to say go away, because like we all have shadow aspects, and shadow aspects aren't bad. They're just what we can't see about ourselves, what's not in the light. And that could be positive or negative. And I think in your case, there's a part of you that needs to own the fact that this is your journey. This is your mission. And you cannot master yourself if you are unwilling to look at like at least half of it. I feel like this Emperor card here is telling you to take the lead and starting to do the shadow work, to look at the parts of yourself you don't want to look at. Spirit's literally guiding me over to a journal that I have. It's fine. I wouldn't say it's like the greatest thing in the entire world, but it's like integrating my shadow journal. Like, you know, and these things, these suckers, couple bucks on Amazon. Like, there's so many different ways that we can explore, and you know, a lot of shadow work does focus on looking at, you know, the aspects of self that we may not be proud of, the aspects of self that we may not be ashamed of. But there is a real need for you to get in control of the fact that, like, you are the one in control. Like, you need to daddy up in your own life, like with peace and love. This moon in reverse is really saying, like, I am going to continue to rule your unconscious until you start, you know, having the courage to look at what's in there and not only treat it with compassion, but also realize, like, I don't have to let this rule me. The fact that we have 2 throat chakra cards here, I really think that what's coming into your zone of awareness is what is true for you and how do you perceive that truth? Where is your sense of empowerment? Because I feel like right now, the parts of self that you don't see within you that are working on a subconscious level, those are disempowering you. And so by looking at them, by understanding them, by healing them, by integrating them, and by just being aware of them, that is how you empower yourself. You know, healing is oftentimes not eradicating a thing. Rather, it's just being aware of a thing that's already inside of you and choosing to act differently than you would have in the past and choosing to do something differently. It doesn't mean that the thing stops existing. It just means that you deal with it in a different way that makes you feel better and that empowers you rather than disempowers you. So ultimately, there is a real need for you to kind of daddy up and be like, okay, you know what, this is my psyche, this is my consciousness, this is my body, this is my life, this is my spirit, and I will not only treat the parts of self that I've been neglecting with kindness and compassion and do the work necessary to kind of start reintegrating those, but also I am going to continue to reiterate that I don't have to entertain any thought, any belief system, any fear that would keep me small, that would keep me trapped, and that would keep me stuck where I don't want to be. This is all about you taking the lead in your own healing and not waiting for someone to do it for you and not waiting for someone to rescue you. I feel like there is a part of you, even if you don't think that you are desiring that, you may on a subconscious level be stuck in like a cycle of learned helplessness or stuck in a cycle of almost just like procrastinating on dealing with it, hoping that it resolves itself, and it's not going to until you start to look at it, until you start to go within and deal with what you need to deal with. Father wounds especially could be highlighted here, but I think that this is a lot about you just starting to empower yourself and realize, like, I deserve to feel good in my body, I deserve to feel good in my life, like I deserve to heal, I deserve to have a mentality that supports me, I deserve to take the lead in my own life. And I think that that's what this moon is all about, and to not be afraid of it, because ultimately what you bring to light will just empower you further and help you understand yourself more. And then you'll realize there is really nothing to be afraid of except the fear itself. So with that being said, let's go ahead now and get into your guidance before we get into charms. So, Spirit, what guidance do you have for this Queen of Pentacles, Four of Pentacles combo? We have Earthly. The scent is patchouli. The trigger statement is, I hate my body. And the true statement is, my body is a temple. Remember that you are a spiritual being having an earthly experience. Revere your loyal, sacred body. Yeah, and that's the thing too, is like, if you are doing like dangerous or problematic things to your body in order to maintain like an image or anything like that, you know, it's not fair to you. I know it's hard, brother, or sister, or gender neutral sibling, but you know, your body can do crazy, insane shit. Like, the body is so incredible, and it is our vessel while we're here, and we deserve to feel good in it, and we deserve to find home within it, because if we don't, we can't make the changes that we want. We can't be fully embodied here, and our spirit can't be fully embodied here. What about, oh, okay, this one happened quickly. So we have the theme of ease. The trigger statement is, I have to make this work. And the true statement is, I am at ease with life. You need to ease your grip on life so that it can lead the way. There is an outcome brighter than you can imagine. Yeah, I feel like you're holding on to like this difficult way of doing things. It's like you're working harder, not smarter. And I also just think that you are like trying to force things to happen and like how you envision them or how you think they have to happen. And I feel like the universe is like, no, actually we could go a different direction and get to the same destination like twice as fast if you would just like let us lead. Let your intuition lead instead of your Knight of Swords energy. What about this Knight of Swords, Spirit? What guidance do you have for this Knight of Swords, Knight of Cups? We have receptivity. The trigger statement is, I am guarded, and the true statement is, my heart is open. This is a time for you to receive new information. Open your heart to receive it. Yeah, so for some of you, there might be romantic feelings involved that you may be like averse to, or that you may be avoidant of, that the universe is saying, hey, be receptive to this. There might be a lot of magic here. But this doesn't even have to be like romance or anything like that. I feel like more than anything, this is about you not pushing away the things you haven't tried, the things you haven't experienced, and not pushing away hope because you feel like, what's it worth? It's all just gonna go to shit anyway. And it's like, what does that help? Like, yeah, it is all gonna go to shit anyway because you're saying that and because you're affirming that. And like with peace and love, a lot of times we don't want to admit when our own dialogue is cock blocking our ability to grow and expand. And I think and also it's cock blocking your heart. So, and what you'll realize is your heart is just waiting for you to acknowledge it and say, hey, you're valid too. And what you desire is valid too. And remember, your heart is your soul's representative. Your heart will lead you to far greener pastures than your negative mindset ever will. And I know that positivity can be painful when you're stuck in a negative mindset, but that's all the more reason why that negative mindset needs to be dealt with, because positivity shouldn't be painful. It should be uplifting. And if it's not, that is something. And even if you don't want to be uplifted by positivity, at the very least, neutrality. Neutrality is better than negativity in this case. Okay, what about the moon and the Emperor, Spirit? What guidance do you have there? We have the heart chakra with constellation. The trigger statement is, I cannot go on. And the true statement is, my heart is a light. Please hold space for the feelings you have. Honor them and be with them. Your burden will be lightened. Yeah, I feel like this Emperor energy, like when I say you need to daddy up, it's almost like you need to be able to sit with your emotions and say, hey, that's okay. You're allowed to be upset. Like, you know how a lot of like dads are not the best at being like maybe emotionally nurturing, but they're doing their best. And so they'll just sit with you, or they'll be like, you know, I'm here for you, bud. Or, you know, they do it in this way that's like they know they can't fix the thing. So they're just like sitting there with you while you move through it. That's kind of the vibe you need. Like the wounded parts of you, the parts of you that are having really big feelings, it's like the part of you that knows how to stand firm, the part of you that's empowered, the part of you that knows that these emotions are expressing something to you and that they're valid and that they're important, just kind of needs your daddy energy to sit with him and be like, it's going to be okay, bud. I see you and I feel you and we're going to get through this. And the only way you're going to be able to get through this is by seeing and feeling what's been going on underneath you that you don't want to be looking at. You know, this is a beautiful, beautiful energy of clearing, honestly, like the lower chakras so that, you know, more light can come in, so that you can do things more differently and you don't have to be so regimented about how you move about in the world and feel trapped by that. Yeah. And the grounding card is on the back of the deck. The trigger statement is, I am somewhere else, and the true statement is, right here, right now, everything is perfect. Allow your energy to shift to the material plane where it is needed to help you complete what you've set out to do. And so that's kind of ironic because it's a bit different from what I've been telling you, but it isn't, in the sense that even though you've been here, you haven't been focused on you. You haven't been grounded in yourself. You've been grounded in your environment maybe, but not in you. And so there's kind of this disconnect between your more ethereal parts of self and your physical parts of self. And I think that what the universe is trying to make happen right now is a unification of these parts of self so that they can function more optimally and not be stuck and not create blockages for you down the road. So we're gonna go ahead and get into your charms now. And I will say, headphone warning for my peeps wearing headphones. This might be a little bit loud. I'm going to close my eyes, and then whatever comes out is going to serve as both guidance and signs for you on your path. So, pile 2, Spirit. What guidance and signs are significant for their path? Okay. Whew, we got a lot. All right. Yeehaw. Let's move that here. Okay, we start with this little purple robot. And so I would say, first of all, that is a sign to stop treating yourself like a machine. You are a human person, and you need to do things that feel good for the sake of them feeling good, for the sake of your humanity, because like I said, you're a person, not a machine. But I love that this robot is sitting in this like meditative position. Like, this robot has the same vibe as like my Mr. Frog, like Jay Chillin. And I really definitely think that this is guidance for you when you are feeling overwhelmed, when you are feeling stuck in your head, to do things that allow you to slow down, to do things that get you in your heart, that get you in your body, and that make you feel good. So whether that's meditation, whether that's yoga, whether that's taking a silly little mental health walk, whatever it may be for you, just something to get moving and move the energy out of your head. We also have the octopus. And I feel like this is, one, the octopus could be a significant animal, but two, I feel like this is a reminder that being really smart can make you really stupid. and I say that to you, pile 2, because I think you are very smart, and I think at times you may be so hell-bent on figuring something out, you don't know how to let something go, or just realize, oh, maybe it's not my job to fix. I also think, though, that you may be so like focused and intent on things happening a certain way sometimes that you miss an easier way to do things. I also think, though, that this is talking about the fact that you are very adaptable to whatever environment you're in. And that can be a good thing or a bad thing depending on what the environment is. And I feel like, the more effort and intention you put into making your environment supportive and nurturing for you, so like all the work that you've done there, great job, because it's going to be really helpful for you, but to also pay attention and be aware of the environments that you're in that reinforce these parts of yourself that are keeping you stuck and that are keeping you held back. I also think that with this octopus, this could be a reminder to pay attention to boundaries and make sure that you're not overstepping boundaries or allowing others to cross your own out of fear. Your boundaries are important and you matter. And I feel like that's also why it's really important for you to have a strong connection with your internal world, because if you don't, you can be heavily, I don't want to say manipulated, but you're very malleable to your environment. So you could just take on roles, beliefs, energies, thoughts, etc., that are not yours, but that you take on as you because you haven't established that sense of self. And that can actually cause soul loss. Like, that is a harmful thing to do. It is very important for you to have an established connection with your inner world, because one of the forms of soul loss, and this is actually something that I learned, can happen, for example, through social media. If you don't ever stop and take the time to kind of go within and understand what's you can really start to take in what's around you, and then that becomes part of you. Have you ever noticed the shift in someone after they go down certain rabbit holes and they're clearly not doing well, or they're clearly it's not them that's there, it's all this stuff that they've taken on? That is something that Spirit is highlighting to you. Is not saying that you're in danger of going down internet rabbit holes. I mean, maybe, I think we all are. But it's about being grounded enough to recognize that, and being grounded enough to realize oh, I'm taking this on as me and this is not me. Pay attention to your boundaries. We also have Archangel Michael. No wonder the daddy energy was coming through. Archangel Michael Loves an ironic daddy thrown in there. Or unironic. Okay, sir, let's chill. Thank you. Oh, I love Archangel Michael. And he loves us too. So one angel that you can pray to is Archangel Michael. The name Michael could be significant, but I feel like this is just a beautiful sign that you're being protected and that Archangel Michael is watching over you. And when you get overwhelmed or when you get afraid or when you feel like you have to fight yourself or that you have to that you're not capable, that you're not good enough, pray to Archangel Michael because he will look out for you and he will be there for you. And yeah, angels are our friends and they are more than happy to be there for us. We just have to pray and ask for it. We have the turtle here, which I love turtles. I like turtles. I definitely think that this is a beautiful sign that, you know, the most profound changes that you go through are going to be slow and steady. They're not just going to be instantaneous. You are the tortoise, not the hare. But remember, the tortoise wins the race. You are meant to undergo these changes gradually because they're meant to be lasting changes, not fickle ones. I also think, though, you know, the turtle carries its shell on its back, and I think one of the things that you are learning is how to find home within yourself. And it's this process of getting into alignment that you're going to learn to find center within yourself. You're going to learn to find home with yourself and realize like, oh, you know, my body can serve as a home for myself, you know. My mentality can serve as a home for myself. You know, my inner world is a home for myself. The magician, for example, their sacred place of worship is within. You know, they don't have an external house of worship. I mean, they can create one, but the magician has what they need everywhere they go because they have that center, like that sense of home and that sense of center within them. And that's where their magic stems from. So the more you get to know your inner world, the more your inner world will repay you with more clarity in your external world and more confidence in the decisions that you're making. We also have this little piece of a clear quartz, once a clear quartz tower. So I definitely think that this could be a sign that if you felt clear, these shifts that are happening are going to help you see where maybe things haven't been so clear so that you can make those changes. But I also think that I feel a little bit uncomfortable with this message, but like it's readings like this that could be helping save you from like maybe a more intense tower moment where you really have to go within and realize, oh, I've really got to start looking at myself. But if you've gone through a tower moment recently, this is a beautiful sign that you're going to be gaining clarity about that and just kind of like why those things need to happen. Because remember, tower moments happen like from the divine. Like this is the divine, like a divine shakeup. And I think that, and they always happen in your highest good because a tower doesn't crumble if it's built on a solid foundation. And so in this case, like I feel like you're going to be getting clarity on why certain things in the past failed and why you couldn't stay in certain places, why you couldn't stay in certain positions. And then you're going to have so much love and appreciation, not only for yourself and for the universe, for yourself for moving through it, and for the universe for loving you enough to not let you stay somewhere that would have sucked the life out of you. So we love that. Let's see. We also have Never Stop. And the fact that this came out like this, I feel like this is definitely calling out hustle culture and maybe the hustle culture within yourself. You know, if you feel like you've got to keep pursuing material wealth or keep pushing the limits of what you can achieve materially, I definitely feel like that will create a tower moment. It could also create a moment where, well, not create a moment, but it will make it even harder to get to know yourself, to look at yourself, because you're just going to get more used to not doing that. And the less of yourself you invite in, the more work you have to do later to clear out. It's like gardening. It's like the more you let the weeds grow, the more weeds you're going to have to clear once you decide to tend the garden. Does that make sense? Now, that doesn't mean you shouldn't tend the garden or be like, oh, there's too many weeds. You just have to accept, okay, there's a lot of weeds here. We're going to do some weeding, and we'll be patient with that process because we may not get it all done today, but that's okay. We'll do what we can, and that's enough. just do your best. Like, there's a really big vibe here of the universe just asking you to do your best and accept that that is more than enough. Let's see, we have this coin. I think it's Canadian. Is it? Or is it? No, it's a euro. all of my all my friends in the European Union, y'all were like, no, okay. Ooh, this is, so Spain could be significant. The year 2003 could be significant. Yeah, this is a 5-cent euro. Well, it says 5 cent. I'm not, okay, I've already rambled too much in this reading, so I'm not going to ramble more, but that could be significant. This could also be a sign of abundance, and also just a sign to, like, to trust that more is coming to you and that you don't need to, like, strive so hard to make things happen for yourself. And in fact, I feel like it's this belief that you have to strive so hard that is, like, part of a shadow aspect, that is part of, like, well, if I don't do it, it won't happen, or if I need to prove that I'm worthy of this. And it's like, man, that's an exhausting mentality to uphold, and you don't deserve that. We also have, we have St. Patrick. So St. Patrick is here as well. He may be a significant saint to you, ridding the snakes in your life. St. Patrick's Day could be significant, or Ireland could be significant. I once again have to address an apology to the entire country of Ireland for that really, really shitty accent. But yeah, St. Patrick may be watching over you as well. We also have the moon again, and I feel like this is really Spirit saying, don't push away the darkness. Like, the darkness will be the resolve and the freedom that you need to realize, like, you are both light and dark. We all are. And what's in your shadow side, what's in the darkness, like what's in your subconscious, that is the money shot. Like, that is the stuff that will absolutely transform your life in ways where you will never look at yourself again. You will never look at people again in the way that you judge them, or in the way that and the best thing that you can do is realize that you don't even need judgment at all. You can just be discerning, because discernment it's judgment with compassion, but it's like not judging. It's like assessing what's right for you and what isn't, and, giving other people the sovereignty to do what they wish without judging them for it, but just accepting, okay, you're at a different place, I'm here, and seeing whether things are compatible or not. But I also feel like with the moon here, you're really just being encouraged to not try to rush this process, and instead, like, really flow with it, and recognize that, like, you're not going to get all of this figured out in a day. You're not going to have a moment where you just wake up and you're like, oh, this is exactly what I need to do. This is going to be an unfoldment. And there's going to be cycles to this. And I think you may be feeling like, yeah, but I've been in the darkness. I've looked at shadows. And it's like, well, there's always more. And also remember, the moon moves in cycles. So you're not, like, if the universe just sat down and was like, okay, so here's everything in your psyche that needs to be dealt with, here's all of it, have fun, that would be a lot, and it would be very daunting. And also remember that, like, life is happening concurrently. So there are things also being created or being fed that maybe you were less aware of before. Like, things are constantly shifting. Things happen in cycles, and it's not up to us to understand. Like, we can't understand the process of how this happens, but what you do need to know is that everything is okay, and your intuition is leading you where you need to go. And what you discover in your own darkness, the more you love and accept it and have compassion for yourself, the more you will realize, like, these are not things to be afraid of. These are things to own so that they don't own you anymore. Okay, let's look at your little fortunes. Yes, I do eat a lot of Chinese food. I've been collecting these for a long time. Well, American Chinese food. The best exercise for the heart is to reach down and help someone up. Yeah, so maybe if there's some sort of service that makes you feel good, maybe look into that. Numbers that could be significant. We've got 39, 42, 52, 45, 20, 55. We have, you will overcome certain challenges in your life. Beautiful. So trust. This one came out in the first group as well. So definitely trust that you will overcome these challenges and that it will be okay. And I think that's the thing, is like, the more of your shadow you own, the more you'll be able to be aware of when it comes up, and be able to act according to what's in authentic alignment with you, rather than act out of impulse or just reaction. The numbers are 2, 8, 18, 23, 45, 54. And we have, if you must choose between two evils, pick the one you've never tried before. Yeah, I feel like this is really relevant to you because I feel like you keep doing the same thing over and over again and expecting different results, and like that doesn't help. Let's see, lucky numbers 4, 56, 12, 45, 50, 54. And then finally, we just have the letter Z and the letter U. I love Zoo. I love Zoo Pile Zoo. Zoo, zoo, zoo. I don't know. Take those with you will. I'm thinking of Lil Uzi, but also the U with the heart is just like, I love you. And also maybe you need more rest. Maybe one way you could show yourself love is by letting yourself sleep in every now and then, or going to bed a little bit earlier so that you can get a full night's sleep. But pile 2, that is where I'm going to leave your reading. Thank you guys so much for letting my ads play in the background while you watch something else. And thank you guys so much for letting me read for you. If you would like to support me in other ways, like I said earlier, you can comment down below, subscribe, liking is so helpful, and I like you, so if you like me, you should like. You can check out my candles. Be sure to use code ASO10 for 10% off. That code is good for all candles on Angelic Magic 888's website. You can also check out my merch, my Instagram. I'm not on it very much though, because I do hate social media. Very ironic. Anyway, you can also check out my other videos, readings with extendeds, or just, I don't know, do your thing. But that's all I have for you guys. So thank you so much for watching and for letting me read for you. I hope you all have a wonderful day or night whenever it is that you're watching this video, and I hope you'll come back and see me again soon. Bye! Hi there, pile 3. Welcome to your reading, and thank you so much for being here. If you guys chose the clear crystal ball and the boring tarot, this is going to be your reading on, are you on the right path, which is more technically, are you in alignment with your highest good? Because the right path will be in alignment with your highest good. We are not looking at the destination, we are looking at the journey and where you are at specifically on your journey right now. So what we're going to start by doing is shuffling just where you're at right now, and based on the orientation of the cards, that is going to determine whether this aspect is in alignment with you or if it isn't. So if you want a full breakdown of the reading, there is one in the intro. Do not be afraid of reversals. Any reversals that show up here today, we will be turning upright through the shifts that we will look at. Just know, reversals are nothing to be afraid of. And being a flop, quote unquote, is nothing to be afraid of. We all flop sometimes, and I don't even really think it's nice to call yourself a flop, but I see the comedic appeal, and I don't know why I'm saying that. So maybe some of you have been calling yourself a flop. Don't do that. Okay, so, yeah. If this part resonates, you found the right reading for you. If it doesn't, I would try a different group or a different reading. So, Spirit, pile 3. Where is pile 3 currently at on their path? Are they on the right one? Okay, we have the 6 of Pentacles in reverse. Is pile 3... We have... Oh, okay, we have 2 coming out. We have the 2 of Pentacles and Death in reverse. I feel like these want to be together, so I'm going to leave them together. Is pile 3 on the right path? We have the Wheel of Fortune in reverse. It's almost like I knew. I was like, some of y'all are going to see this and you're going to be like afraid. Don't be afraid. We're going to fix this, okay? Okay. Wow. Everything's coming out like... Okay, now we have Justice in reverse and the 6 of Wands. The 6 of Wands upright with Justice in reverse. Okay. All right. Pile 3, I want to give you a hug. Everything's going to be just fine. And in fact, I feel like things aren't even as bad as you think they are. Are you on the right path? Like, this is one thing that I realized as I was doing this. I was like, well, yes and no. Like, we're all on the right path in the sense that, like, anything that's not on our path, if it's not aligned for us, like, we can always turn it into alignment. And there's just a lot here that I'm seeing where there's just a huge lack of balance in your life because of your desire either to people please, your desire to gain recognition of some sort, your desire to prove something to others, or your desire to be seen as successful or victorious. With this Six of Pentacles in reverse here, I feel like you are almost running on empty or giving of yourself in ways that you don't have anything to give. I also wonder if this is a refusal to seek help in ways that you either know you need to or in ways that could really benefit you. It's almost like there's a refusal to receive, even though you may know you need some sort of help getting out of a certain state of being. Like we literally have the Five of Pentacles on the back of the deck with another six in reverse, and it feels like a lot of this feeling of lack and this feeling of stuckness is partially centered on a refusal to let go, and also partially centered on a refusal to let the things die that you know need to. It definitely seems like there is an ego construct that has been created around wounds of injustice. So, you know, areas in your life where you've been wronged, areas in your life where you've felt this need to like prove yourself or prove that you're not affected by this or prove that, you know, things will turn out right for you. I feel like that is creating a lot of imbalance within you. And also I think it's keeping you stuck in stories that you're telling yourself that if you are very heavily focused on karma, specifically other people's karma, I'm not going to tell you what to do with your life, but what I will say is that I feel like that can be a really unhealthy state of mind to be in. And definitely there could be this feeling or this need to like prove yourself to other people. That's like the biggest thing that's coming through here. And I feel like it's not even fair to you. I feel like there is a part of you that right now is more willing to pursue the image of what you think will smite your enemies or what you think will prove to others that you're fine and that you're good and that things are all good. And it's leading to more pain and frustration within you. It's not fixing the problem. With the Two of Pentacles being here underneath the Death card, it's almost like you keep rehashing the same stories and refusing to move on from them, even though you know that even if like this story is true to you, no energy, time, or investment in it is going to lead anywhere. With this Two of Pentacles and Death in reverse, it seems like either an ending in the past hasn't left your psyche and is creating a lot of havoc in your present, or there's a lot of havoc that's been here for a while because of changes you've needed to make, transformations you've needed to make happen, but you've either been unwilling to make those changes, or I don't want to say incapable, because like I don't like, maybe it's the belief that you're incapable, or maybe there are certain changes that you are desiring that you are incapable of, and it's not that you need to be capable of making those changes, but maybe it's like you need to shift your expectation on how those changes happen, and that's something that's getting you. But with the Wheel of Fortune in reverse here, I could definitely see that you're not on the right path, but it's not because you're doing anything wrong per se. It's just because what worked for you in the past, the ways that you coped in the past and the ways that you survived are now getting in the way of your ability to thrive. It's like you needed these things at one point in time in order to survive, but that time is over, and now the universe wants you to start thriving, and that can't happen until changes start happening and until we shift how we look at things. I definitely think that there's this energy of like wanting to conquer yourself, or like prove, like once again, that proving of yourself to others. And it seems like you are heavily invested in people's opinions or people's perceptions of you, that they may not even be in your life anymore. They may not even be alive anymore. And you're still like, I need to prove myself to them. And because at that point, it's not about them, it's about you. And I do feel there is this obsessive quality to your nature where when you feel slighted or when you feel wronged, it's very hard for you to let go of that. And it's also very hard for you to, because it's hard to let go, it's very hard to implement any healing or even be open to the idea of healing things around this because, you know, you're still wounded by them. And so I definitely think that this reading came to you today to bring to light to the fact that you don't have to live like this and you don't have to prove yourself to other people. In fact, you are worthy of feeling good just because you're alive and you exist. You are worthy of balance, of good things, solely because you're a human person here having a human experience. I feel like you have had more than your fair share of darkness and suffering in your life, as we all do, but I feel like in your case, there is still this disbelief that things could change, and maybe also this fear of letting go of it, because it's like, well, if I let go of these things, or if I start healing these things, who am I going to become? You know, I feel like you have a very strong sense of self around the systems you've created for yourself to keep yourself safe, and those are not the authentic self. Those are the parts of self you developed in order to protect yourself. I definitely think there is a part of you that knows, like, this is not where I want to be. This is not, you know, this is not the life that I want to live. Like, if we turn all of these cards upright, let's just do that right now. Let's turn all these cards upright. Let's show you what this looks like. If we turn all of these cards upright, what do we get? Generosity. Generosity of both coming from you and to you, a balance of giving and receiving, the wheel of fortune, you know, destiny, the wheel moving, beautiful times, fated moments, fated encounters, you know, destined experiences. The wheel's always moving, right? And I feel like the wheel right now is in reverse for a reason, but I think that you may be stuck on this idea that the wheel is always going to be turning in someone else's favor rather than yourself. With this Justice upright and the Six of Wands, like this is not only things coming out in your favor, but also feeling empowered by that and getting recognition and success for that. Maybe you've gotten recognition for injustices in your life, and that has made it challenging for you to let go of them because you're attached to them. And with this Death and the Two of Pentacles, this is an ending to living a life that's smaller than you, an ending to pinching pennies is something that I'm hearing, but it's deeper than that. Is these Two of Pentacles are, you know, typically in the Two of Pentacles we see someone like almost like juggling two pentacles, and there is an end to this juggling, this end to holding on to things that are this end to holding on to what has been and holding on to just this amount. You know, this Six of Pentacles is really here to say, like, you're meant to have more, and we know you know that. But we can't have more if we can't make room for more. And I think what you are on the right path in the sense that you know this is not the path for you. You know that living life this way is not going to make you feel good, is not going to lead you to where you want to be. It's probably going to lead you being resentful. It's probably going to lead you to being stuck in the past. It's probably going to lead you to being, you know, stuck in a lack mindset, stuck in a place in life where you don't want to be, and stuck repeating the cycle because you feel incapable of getting out of it. And the truth is you are capable of getting out of it, and that's why you're here. So let's look at how we can get out of this. Yeah, the Eight of Wands just came out in reverse. It's like the actions that you do take seem to be upholding the loops that you're stuck in, and the actions you do want to take, you feel almost inhibited by, or like they're out of reach for you, or you feel like, what's the point? And the point is not having to be stuck here. You don't deserve to be stuck here. And also, I feel like one of the things that you may be attached to, like I said, is those personality constructs that you've created in order to keep yourself safe. And there's a part of you that you may be afraid of. There's a part of you that may be afraid of, well, what do I look like without my wounds? What do I look like without these protective mechanisms? And who is that person? You might be very afraid of that. But the thing is that person, the authentic self, They are cooler than you could ever imagine, and they're within you. They're in spirit, they're here, and that authentic spirit is what's talking to you and what's saying, hey, we don't want to keep going down this path. We want to get clear on what's truly important to us, and we want to let go of the stories that we keep repeating to ourselves because they're not leading us anywhere we want to be. We're reiterating cycles of pain and suffering that we don't want to be in anymore. And so let's look at how we can get out of that. So I'm going to use the Chakra Wisdom Tarot to look at how you can shift all of these energies. Now, the one thing that is upright, the Six of Wands, one thing that I do feel is in alignment with you is having pride in what you've already accomplished, in what you've survived, in what you've gone through. And if you're not proud of that, if you're not happy with that, that's understandable too. We all have different, viewpoints and relationships to our trauma, to our wounds, and yours is valid. But I definitely think that the one thing that is in alignment here is this knowing that you're worthy of more, this knowing that you deserve more and that you deserve better. And rather than coming at that from a place of like trying to prove that to other people, realizing that you just deserve it and you don't need people to give you that permission or give you that validation in order for you to start doing that for yourself. Like, it's kind of, the vibe is kind of making me think of like, music like Ariana Grande's and Nicki Minaj's. Both of them are incredible individuals in terms of what they've accomplished and created. However, a lot of their music that is meant to be empowering and usually empowering from a place of ego, like, for example, like, I'm thinking of like Seven Rings or Break Up With Your Girlfriend. Pretty much most of Nicki Minaj's discography, they're all about like asserting your worth and talking about how great you are. But a lot of that isn't coming from a place of genuinely believing it. It's coming from a place of trying to convince you. And, Nicki Minaj's like, struggles, hardships that she's gone through recently, I think have kind of showed that. Like, even though this is what she talks about in her music, that may not be how she necessarily feels inside about herself. Same with Ariana Grande. Like, she might preach this independence, she might preach these things in her music, but that doesn't mean that she feels that way. It's almost like preaching the thing you want to become or preaching the thing that you feel you need. And I think that in your case, it's like Spirit's like, we don't want you to be in a position like that. Not saying an international music star. I mean, that's a whole different can of worms. But in a position where you have to create from a place of illusion, from a facade, from a place of almost trying to convince yourself rather than convince the world. Because it's really one of those things where it's like, yeah, you can believe it, but actions speak louder than words. And eventually people see through, those facades they create, and it just becomes more clear. It's like, okay, you don't actually believe the things that you're preaching, and you're not, these things aren't aligned. Like, and that doesn't mean that there's, and that's the thing, like, going down this rabbit hole, I think the reason why I'm talking about it is because it's like they can't even see how incredible they already are. They can't see like their worth and their like, and a lot of that doesn't come from the fact that they just can't see it. It comes from the fact that they have wounds and they have trauma, and like, they're humans. They have things that they're dealing with on a collective level, no less. Like, celebrity is separation consciousness incarnate, and that's always going to be painful for any human being in it, because it's going to be far more challenging to be in union with your environment when your environment is going to remind you that you're separate from it, and is going to try to put you on a pedestal and put you up there. Like, that is a crazy situation to be in for any person, and I certainly don't envy them. And my assessment of things doesn't have to be the truth. It's just my perception, but I see you in them, in the sense that I feel like you're trying to create this vibe that is like, yes, of what you want to be, but you're doing it in ways that I feel like are keeping you stuck in the past rather than being able to heal and move on. You know what I'm saying? it's like stuff that, you know, it's like, why are you doing this? Is it to convince others, or is it to affirm yourself? And maybe it can be both, but I think ultimately when you're trying to prove it to others and when you're trying to prove it to yourself, you don't believe it and it's not your truth. So it's going to be inherently weaker, and it's going to be kind of probably painful to the spirit, because there is a part of you that isn't aligning with what you're trying to project. And so spirit's saying, we don't want this to be a projection. We want this to be an authentic energy that is expressed. We want this to be something that you genuinely feel, so that you don't feel like you have to go above and beyond to prove something, you know? I will say, if someone calls themselves a nice person or a trustworthy person, or they like feel the need to drive that home, I'm like, I don't know how nice or trustworthy this person is if they need to say it. Like, that stuff usually speaks for itself. And I think that this is a lot about you realizing that, like, people are not going to come and wipe away the cobwebs and show you for yourself your worth and who you are. You have to be willing to stand up and say, nah, like, I know I'm worthy of this. I know I deserve this. Like, I know that I am more than this, and I know that I am more than the hardships I've endured, you know, the challenges that, like, I've experienced, the bullshit other people have sent my way. Like, I feel like your success story is not meant to be one that's like, yeah, I overcame this stuff and now I'm good. It's, yeah, I embody those experiences and I still struggle, and I still, you know, I still have healing to do. I still have growth to do, but I'm here and I'm not going to let it, you know, stop me from living my best life and being as kind to myself as possible and being as loving to myself as possible, because that's what you deserve. You deserve love. You deserve kindness. And I'm not talking about just like romantic love. You don't even need romantic love. You need love in the sense that you know that you are love. You know that the universe loves you. You know that there is love around you, whether in the form of family, friends, partners, animals, plants, things you enjoy. Love is literally all around you. You want to see proof of God, just look around you. Go outside. Well, if you're on social media, maybe not. Go outside. Like, well, you can still find it on social media. There's plenty of beautiful things on there. But what I'm saying is that you're not meant to be an image that projects a healed nature. You are meant to be in a position where you are healing and you don't have anything to prove. And then that will make everything else more authentic, and it won't be so draining to take action towards your dreams and desires, because you're not taking them from a place of trying to prove your worth or prove yourself. You're taking them from a place of just knowing your worth and knowing that you deserve to explore your life path and see what the universe has to offer you, period. Okay, so Spirit, how can pile 3 shift this 6 of Pentacles, please? We have the Hanged Woman. Ooh, she's a woman in this deck. Let's go. For the girlies. Okay, it's typically the Hanged Man or the Hanged One. I think I prefer the Hanged One, but can you clarify this Death in reverse, 2 of Pentacles in reverse? What's going on here? We have the Queen of Pentacles. Okay. Can you clarify the Wheel of Fortune in reverse? We have the Empress upright. And can you clarify, or can you tell us how to shift out of this Justice in reverse, 6 of Wands upright energy, please? Okay. We have the Tower and we have the 7 of Pentacles. Okay. All right. First of all, I'm kind of obsessed with how much feminine energy is here. And if you are a guy and you don't want to hear about your feminine energy, hello, sir, I have to let you know that you do have feminine energy, and so long as you reject it, you will be cutting off part of yourself. Now, feminine energy is not the same thing as femininity in terms of how we as a society look at it. I'm not going into that whole fucking thing, but what I will say is that everybody has a balance of feminine and masculine energy, and I usually like to just say yin and yang, because people project gendered ideals of femininity and masculinity based on what's in our culture, and that's not the same thing. It drives me nuts. With peace and love. I'm getting a little passionate there. But first thing that you need to do is maybe surrender to the fact that you may need help. You may need to seek some help, or just ask for it, or recognize where you need more and you're not getting enough. Also, are you giving too much? What are you giving? Because I think there is a part of you will see the imbalance within yourself in relationships around you, especially the ones that drain you. I would pay attention to that. But I also think that this is a recognition of the fact that, like, in order to receive, we have to give. And I'm not saying that you're not a giving person, but I think there is a part of you that is afraid of is afraid of both giving and receiving. I feel like you are afraid of receiving help. I feel like you are afraid of letting yourself be vulnerable in that way. And I feel like the universe is really coming here to say, we all need help. Like, humans are social creatures for a reason. Like, we would not be able to do things. Like, we would have not left the caves. We would have all had our own separate caves. Like, I would not be talking to you right now if we were not social creatures. Like, we would not have language. We would not have anything. We would not be who we are. And, this idea of pulling yourself up by your bootstraps and, doing everything yourself is just this toxic mindset that's created, especially in Western culture, especially in American culture, that says that we can do it all ourselves. And that's just not true. Like, it takes a community. And I think that in your case, what Spirit is really asking you to recognize is to surrender to the reality that you can't do everything alone. And the longer that you continue to buy into that idea, the more you're going to create resentment for the people around you, and they're not going to even know that you need help. And the thing is that resentment may not be directed at anyone, but it could be this overall generalizing thing of hating people or not wanting to be around them, just feeling like, oh, people suck, I don't like people. And it's like, well, no, it's not that. It could be that, but I feel like a lot of that resentment and pain comes from, the humans that wounded you. And also the fact that you're unable to, right now, at the very least, hold space for people's flaws and vulnerabilities because you're unwilling to hold space for your own. And I think that you may look down on people that ask for help, that are open and vulnerable about that. But what Spirit is trying to get you to realize is that's not something to be ashamed of. And in fact, those people could show you a thing or two. It takes real strength to be vulnerable and to recognize when we need help. And I think in your case, you need to see through the self-created belief systems about yourself and about receiving and about giving that are not serving you anymore. I was about to say something really vulgar, and I shouldn't. So I'm not. But I don't know. If you're meant to know it, you'll psychically hear it in your head. Anyway, let's look at this Death, Two of Pentacles in reverse. This is all about mothering yourself. This is all about nurturing yourself. This is all about being able to take a step back and say, hey, this is not working for us. This is about you looking at yourself through the eyes of a mother that loves their child and saying, hey, this has got to change because we're not being kind to ourselves. Like, we can't care for ourselves this way. And so there may be a process of reparenting that needs to happen here. And I will say, one of the things that's going to be frustrating about this is that I'm going to be able to highlight things that you can work on and that you can shift, but I can't do them for you. And also, you may feel this sense of disempowerment, like, oh, I've got all this stuff to do. But no, you don't. Like, you don't have to do anything. This is bringing all of this to your attention. But also, I feel like there are factors outside of yourself that are guiding this process where I feel like, if you're trying to create change and it's just not working, maybe try a different area of life and get back to it. Because I feel like sometimes too, there are just natural changes that happen when we're actually ready for them. And I think sometimes we can push and force change when we're not actually ready for it. I feel like this Queen of Pentacles is really speaking to the fact that rather than trying to push yourself even further and even harder, I feel like you're being encouraged to actually rein it in a little bit and be like, how can we just nurture ourselves more? How can we like give ourselves rest and give ourselves some grace? I think a lot of what's really challenging here is that you may be shaming yourself a lot for where you feel you think you should be, where you feel you think you should be. Interesting sentence. You may be also repeating patterns that your own mother gave you or her mother gave you, you know? There may be this need to heal matrilineal wounds around giving, around change, around nurturing, around compassion. Not saying that your caregivers weren't that way. It's just that even if they are that way, that doesn't mean we don't still like pick up on things. I definitely think more than anything, what you need, especially in terms of the material, is more gentleness and more nurturing. I actually hadn't experienced this with Odin, where I was talking with him and, you know, I was kind of expecting him to be like rough with me or harsh with me. And he was like super gentle and so kind to me. And I was just kind of confused because Odin is a very, very gnarly spiritual being. And they were like, why would I be harsh with you? It's harshness and people being harsh on you that has led you to this point where you feel afraid to make change and you feel, you know, afraid to even open yourself up to the unknown. Like, you don't need harshness, you need gentleness. You need to know that you're loved and that you're cared for and that, you know, you're not a bad person if you make a mistake or if you slip up. And I feel like you need to hear that as well. You're not a bad person for slipping up. You're not a bad person for making mistakes. Your worth is not determined by what's in your bank account. Your worth is not determined by what your roles are. Your worth is inherent. You are just as worthy as anyone else, and no one is above or below you, no matter what illusions we create in society to be that way. And that really goes back into that separation consciousness that I was talking about, you know? Like, celebrities and people like that have that extra, that's why like narcissists and stuff like that thrive in those environments, because they're already so deeply ingrained in separation consciousness that it's like, it doesn't really affect them anyway. It's like normal for them. But yeah, that's just a whole fascinating thing. And that's why I'm able to have compassion for people that have more than me, or I perceive as having more than me, because that's not necessarily a truth. Like, what you have on a physical material level is not the same thing as what you have in your heart. What you have, you know, true abundance is not about what's in your bank account. It's about what's in your soul, what's in your heart, and what energy you're in alignment with. And I think truly one of the hardest things is to have compassion for all beings, like all of them, you know, even the bad ones. Like, you don't have to understand it. You don't have to approve of it, but learning to have more compassion even for those that you don't understand. And that's the thing about compassion, is compassion doesn't require empathy. It's just a willingness to be kind, and not just a willingness to not add to all of the negative, icky energy that already exists in the world, and not direct it at someone or yourself. And I feel like I'm just rambling now, but I really just feel like you need to know, pile 3, that like this is a process. You're not going to get this fixed tomorrow, and the expectation that you will is going to set yourself up for failure. But one thing I really need you to know is that there is a lot of spiritual energy rallying around you that really wants you to heal, that really wants you to keep healing whatever healing work you've already done, and wants you to know that like this cycle will shift. I love that the Empress came out. The shift that you're meant to go through is one where you get centered in your heart. And instead of focusing on your goals from a perspective of, you know, how is this going to look, like what could I get from this? It's rather, how will this make me feel? Because I feel like you are meant to live a life that you love. And when you truly love what you're doing, and well, I guess here's the thing. Loving what you're doing, you may not always love what you're doing, but love is something that's like, anyone who's been in a long-term relationship knows you don't always feel this passionate, undying love for your person, but that doesn't mean you don't love them so much. It's the same with your own life. It doesn't mean that you're gonna love every aspect of everything all the time, but the love is greater than any of the frustrations or any of the drawbacks that come from the life that you choose, because there are things that we have to sacrifice in order to do the things that we love, do the things like live the life that we love. Sometimes that means sacrificing unhealthy habits, sacrificing people that aren't aligned with us, sacrificing belief systems that don't serve us. And I think in your case, there needs to be a sacrifice of your self-loathing. The Empress is all about like, oh God, I just want to cry because like, I wish you could just see your worth. I wish you could see it right now. Like, I wish you could see like your light and like the intangible qualities of you. Like there are so many versions of you in other people's heads that are so positive and you don't even realize it. Like there are people that are so grateful that you exist and you don't even realize it. There are people that have been touched by your existence and you don't even realize it. And the thing is like, whether you know it or not, it shouldn't be based in how other people see you anyway. But I feel like what the universe is trying to get you to see is that when you're coming from a loving place and when you have love for yourself, it doesn't matter whether you're in like what you would perceive as a good place or not, because you know that things are always shifting and things are always moving. You know, the wheel is always turning. So there will be times when you're on top. There will be times when you're on the bottom. There will be times when you're on side to side. And look at that in the sense of a celebrity's evolution, okay? Taylor Swift is an excellent example of this. Shout out to the Swifties, okay? She had like a huge peak in 2023 with her Aries tour. It's going to be interesting to see what happens next, but she's gone through lots of highs and lows in her career, and so have so many other artists. And the way people see them, the way people talk about them shifts as like the public narrative shifts with them. And that's how worthless the public narrative is. Like, it's just people commenting on things, you know? And that's why it is so important to be what you believe and embody it even when other people don't see it, because that is what is going to lead you through the painful experiences of people not seeing you, the painful experiences of people rejecting you or talking down on you or not believing in you. There's a lot of major cards here, and I don't know what's in store for you. Pile 3, like, you know, the fact that I'm talking a lot about like celebrity and things like that, you know, it may be that you are meant to have like a more public facing life. Maybe you already do, and maybe you're like, I don't feel fulfilled from this, or this is really hard. And it's like, yeah, you know, when you're, I don't understand that, but like I understand the idea that like, yeah, it's not going to make you feel any better. Like, and in your case, I feel like what the universe is trying to say is that we don't want you to get the things that you are going to achieve. Well, because first of all, you're not going to achieve them if you come from this sense of like, if you come from a sense of depletion and come from a sense of like trying to prove yourself and believe that, it's like you right now would be like, I need to do the thing to prove to myself. I need to accomplish the thing to prove to myself that I'm worth it. But what the universe is saying is no. You're already worth it. Whatever you achieve is just a reflection of your hard work. And sometimes our hard work is not reflected in what we achieve, but that doesn't change the sentiment that we worked hard and that it still matters what we did anyway, whether we do or not get the recognition for it. And I think that's the thing too, is that recognition can be a tricky thing. Like, I feel like there is a part of you that really yearns to be recognized for your positive qualities. Maybe, you know, you didn't get that growing up, or maybe you feel like people just misunderstood you, which, like, mood. But what you're going to realize, like, when you don't heal these things and then you do start getting the recognition, it's just going to trigger imposter syndrome, and it's just going to intensify these energies even worse. And so what this is trying to show you is that until you start becoming more nurturing towards yourself, until you start allowing yourself to create not from a place of expectation, but from a place of authentic expression, like, that authentic expression is going to feel so good. You're going to realize, like, oh, I want to do this anyway. Oh, you might, even projects that you have in your mind that you want to do will shift as you love yourself more. You'll be like, that actually doesn't align with who I am now. And I don't really think that is for me. And I just want to cry like so badly, pile 3, because like, oh, if you could just see how fucking incredible you are and like all the good things in the world that you deserve, and like all of the beings that love you so much, and the impact that you've already had and the impact that you will have when you're coming from a place of love rather than a place of not feeling good enough, like you will be blown away and absolutely humbled by the love that will not give up on you and that will continue to fight for you and protect you and keep showing you that you deserve more than you think you do, and you're worth so much more. I'm sorry, like I can't help it, it's coming out now. Like, I think that there are a lot of beings that love you very much. Now I think I know. And for some of you, I think you've had someone that's very special that you pass on, and I think that they're coming through right now to just know how much it breaks their heart for you to not know how incredible you are and not know that you deserve more and accept less and believe that you have to push yourself to the brink in order to be worthy and worth it. You're worthy and worth it right now. And I think that there's a lot of pain in the sense that they aren't able to be here and do more, but they want you to know that they're guiding you and that they love you and they're watching over you, and they will continue to advocate on the other side. They will continue to send you signs. They will continue to be there. They're going to be with you all the time. And they want you to know that what you believe about yourself right now is not the truth. And they're going to help continue to show you that that's not the case. But man, they really wish sometimes they had a body and vocal cords so that they could just really help you snap out of it. Because there is a real like unapologetic like this energy that I'm feeling is like, girl, well, not that you have to be a girl, but the energy that I'm getting is like, girl, like fix your crown. Like I'm getting the song Yes Queen by Young Baby Tate that actually came out in a different pile, but woo, for some of you, someone came to visit. Hello. But whether like that message of someone passing on resonates for you or not, that doesn't mean that like there aren't beings that doesn't mean that there aren't beings that love you unconditionally that want that for you too. I think, and that's the thing about the Divine Mother, which is like really coming through here a lot, is, you know, she laughs with us, she cries with us, she doesn't experience human life from a place of detachment, just watching. She feels our pain, she feels our sadness, and she's there with us through these experiences. She's not detached from it. And so I definitely think that there's a lot of healing of your feminine energy where you start to realize how important it is to care for yourself, to care for your body, to do things that are nourishing for your soul and your heart, not just, you know, rigid mechanical things that you think you need to do. But also with this Empress energy, this is a lot about you realizing that like nobody is going to come and tell you, well, I guess I am telling you how worthy you are, but I'm only doing that because you came here, you clicked on the video, and you found the right pile for you. So it really was you. It wasn't me. And it really isn't me anyway. It's the things coming through me. So just know that you're not alone in this. Like, this process is a co-creation. Like, you're meant to co-create with the universe, but it's going to be really hard for you to co-create the universe when you're trying to create from ego rather than from your soul, because your ego will never be able to amount to the things that your soul can create for you. And actually, I think we're going to switch the deck that we use for the for this part. Well, I'll probably just do both because I feel bad not giving you the other deck that I used. But with this Empress card, this is all about you nurturing yourself and about being patient with the process of these cycles. Like, change doesn't happen at the speed of light, it happens at the speed of Earth, especially down here. Now, there can be changes that happen at the speed of light, like energetic shifts, but things moving on an earthly level, we have to be patient with the speed of Earth. Now, with this Justice in reverse, Six of Wands in reverse, I've got some tea for you. If you were wronged by someone, if there was someone who got away with murder, well, I hope not literally, but got away with like disgracing you or got away with just doing something really, really unfair to you, don't worry about their karma because they're getting it. Like, don't worry about it. It's not your business. I would pray for them and send them goodwill because, oh Lord, they've got a lot coming their way. Now, how this applies to you. Spirit is letting you know that things are shifting. And this is the thing about the Tower card, is these are divine shakeups. This is the universe intervening. You can't create a Tower moment like on your own. That would probably be more of like a maybe like a 5 of Swords or a, you know, a 9 of Wands, or no, maybe a 10. No, but I mean, the Tower moment is unique. So yeah, I'm not getting anything off the top of my head, but there is a need for you to be patient and let the scales rebalance. With this 7 of Pentacles here, you've already started planting seeds when it comes to making changes, but I think the universe is going to help you with that. I feel this huge call to say don't give up on making those changes, but also if there are seeds that you've been planting that really just aren't aligned with your highest good, or just seeds that you've been planting that have been planted from a place of like hate or greed or envy, just know that you can undo those, and that if you don't undo them, Spirit will undo them. You know, the consequences of that, like, I don't know. But after the Tower always comes the Star, which is healing. And I think more than anything, this isn't a negative Tower in the sense that, like, look at this girl, like, on the Tower card. Like, she looks like she's thriving, like, walking away from the burning tower. And the Tower is in a yellow solar plexus color. And so I feel like there is going to be a massive shift where you're like, oh yeah, I do deserve better. And oh yeah, of course the universe was going to knock this shit down because it was never good enough for me anyway. It was never going to serve me anyway. And I feel like there is this emphasis on the universe saying, like, it's not even, like, you're not alone in this, and you don't have the power to change all of it. Like, we are going to have to come in and do things as well, and we are planning on it, but we have to get there in the right time, in the right way. And so I feel like one thing that you need to know is that, like, this process that you're moving through of getting on the right path, you need to know you're not on it alone, and that, like, the universe is going to continue to help you with that. And there are going to be things that you don't even need to know about, that are outside of your control, that they are going to do to help you get where you need to go. And I feel like if there is a part of you that has a bit of a wounded ego from some sort of Tower moment that happened in the past, I feel like the universe is saying, wait, hold that thought. You're going to be so happy this happened, actually, once you see why. Once you get that Star, once you get that healing and that hope, and you see what this all was for. But with the 7 of Pentacles being here, like, be patient, like, and be patient with the process of this change, because seeds are being planted in powerful ways, and they will be worth it. Like, keep working on the changes that you've already made, but also pay attention to what you've been feeding and what you've been investing in that's keeping you stuck in these old patterns and these old stories that don't serve you. It's time to look at the world in a different way, in a way that not only makes room for the person that you're becoming, but makes room for new mentalities, new opportunities, and new mindsets that align with the person that you're becoming, and that don't reaffirm the person you know isn't you and that you don't want to be. So moving on to guidance, I'm gonna kind of do something a bit different. So this Oracle deck is called the Self-Forgiveness Oracle Deck Love Your Ego Edition. I love this deck so much because it helps us look at ego responses from a non-judgmental place and from a place of forgiving ourselves. And it comes with a really awesome book. I believe it's on Etsy, so if you want it, you should check it out. We're gonna use this, and I'm gonna pull 1 or 2 essential oil cards for you as well, just because, like, that's the deck I've been using for everyone else, and I don't want to, like, not give you any of those. But I'm gonna pull 3 of these and 2 of those, and that'll be, since you guys got a lot of cards anyway, that'll be your guidance. So Spirit, what ego responses does pile 3 need to forgive themselves for? I forgive myself for for giving my power away by valuing the opinions of others over my own. I choose to believe that when I trust myself to clarify and stand by my own truth, I allow for the creation of a world I actually want to live in. This is so important. This component, I choose to believe that when I trust myself to clarify and stand by my own truth, I allow for the creation of a world I actually want to live in. This truth is so important. That's why these third eye energies are coming in here, to see truth so that you can start to ground it and create it. Your truth is not the truth that you have been upholding through others. Your truth is far more loving, far more expansive, and far more empowering than the one you've been trying to hold on to out of fear you won't be accepted if you let go of it. Because guess what? Maybe not everyone will accept you, but the right ones will. And the ones that don't will find the door and find people that they are more aligned with. And that's perfect. That's great. What else? What other ego responses, Spirit, does pile 3 need to forgive themselves for? Okay, we got 2 here. We have, I forgive myself for feeling as though I must see it before it is safe to believe it. I choose to believe that what I choose to believe is a powerful driver of my experience, and it is safe to explore a perspective that is more aligned with the reality I seek. And so this is huge, because this goes back to what I was talking to you about in terms of keeping yourself stuck in stories that you're telling yourself. You know, the stories that you have written are based on your past experiences. It's perfectly logical that you would be telling yourself those stories. But the thing is that those stories are not adding anything new. They're not adding anything different. And what you're meant to do here is change the game. The Fool in Tarot is the first card in the deck. It is the card of new beginnings. And so what you have to be willing to do is believe before you see. And it's a very hard thing to do, but the more you trust in it, the more you take those leaps of faith, the more you realize the universe has got your back, and the unconditionally loving universe has got not only your back, but has had your back, even when you didn't realize it. And their love and support of you was not conditioned on you acknowledging them, on you seeing them. It was always there. It was always working in your highest good, but compassionately maintaining a distance. It gets very paradoxical, but it's always been there, and your interaction with it has never been dependent on their grace. They're always willing to give you their grace, but are you willing to receive it? That's what's important. And finally, we have, I forgive myself for feeling as though there exists a person that could replace me. I choose to believe that I have a gift that no one else is capable of sharing the way that comes naturally to me, and when I embrace my passion, I own my place in the world. Yeah, this is huge. I feel like you definitely compare yourself to other people, and that's so normal, but it's not fair to you. And I also think that there is a part of you that really struggles with realizing the fact that the part of you that desires to conform starts to stifle the unique parts of you, and those unique parts that you don't feed lie dormant, so you almost forget that they're there. But there's so much uniqueness to you that maybe you haven't even realized, or that you've forgotten about, because they just haven't gotten the chance to shine. And it's only through that growth and through that healing that they will start to be able to come forward, because right now what's taking up space is a lot of the stuff that needs to be cleared in order to make room for the new. So Spirit, what other guidance do you have for pile 3, please? Yeah, okay. So we have the solar plexus with the trigger statement, I am boiling over, and the true statement is, I allow myself to feel. Give yourself space to decompress and time to nurture your body, mind, and spirit. Allow emotions to surface and release. Yeah, I mean, gosh, pile 3. I mean, I literally, if you need a sign that you have a lot of emotional energy pent up, you literally made me cry, which I think part of that is just the love that exists. That will make me cry in general. I watch a Pixar movie and I'm sobbing. I'm bing bong, he sacrificed himself for Riley. I mean, I cry at a lot of things, but I only cry when I feel deep surges of emotion. And I think that, you may be denying your emotional responses, and that is not right. That is you, one, blocking off your healing process, because we need to move through emotions in order to let go of them, in order to heal them. But also, it's not a shameful thing to have emotions. Do you see people that don't have emotions? It's hard. they do some like crazy things just to feel shit sometimes. Not all of them, but you know, some of them. I mean, there are many people that, well, not many, but I don't know anything. What am I talking about? I do think that this is a real encouragement for you though, to like really just go through these emotional processes. And as you do heal, you will find at times like you just have very unpredictable and unstable emotions. And that's not a sign that you're doing something wrong. It's a sign that things are moving and you're releasing pent up energy in your body. So that's really good. Disharmony in your life is a sign of harmony to come. Flow with it. One more, Spirit. What other guidance do we have for pile 3? Okay. So we have the heart chakra with the theme of amplify, magnolia. The trigger statement is, I can't get anything right. And the true statement is, I am in divine time. Harness your loving energy and watch as one miracle unfolds after another. Okay, so I need you to affirm right now, whether you write it in the comment section, whether you write it down, whether you type it in your phone, I am a miracle magnet. You are a magnet for miracles. Like you, if you have one affirmation, it is, I am a miracle magnet. Because what Spirit is really saying here is that like everything is going to work out. Everything is going to be fine. You are exactly where you need to be, and you are on the right path in the sense that you know now what's not working. Let's get in alignment so that we can feel good on this path and know that we are in alignment with our highest good because we feel it and we're embodying it and we're living it. We're not doubting it. And I feel like what Spirit is really saying is that this is like, you are not here to numb life and numb the pain. You are here to grow through the pain, to heal pain, to be present with pain, and to be present so that you don't, so that not just the pain, because pain is just the polarities of, you know, joy, bliss, pleasure, stuff like that. And so if you're unwilling to feel the pain, you can't feel the good stuff either. And so one thing that Spirit is saying is, yes, you are capable of feeling great pain. And yes, you have and do feel great pain, but you are also capable of feeling great joy, great bliss, great love, great success. And you can't know that until you've experienced that. And for some of you, you haven't experienced that yet. And what the universe is saying is, trust us. Like, don't be afraid of the painful emotions coming through. They are making space for you to be able to feel the positive polarities as well. And remember that they're both transient. You're not going to feel blissful all the time, the same way you're not going to be in intense pain all the time. They are just aspects of your humanity, and they're here for a reason. They are part of the experience. And the universe is saying, we don't want you to live a life where you've only known the pain and you don't get to know the bliss. You don't get to know the love. That's what we want to happen. And so let's start healing, or let's continue healing, or commit to our healing so that we can start to get there. And that's the thing, is like, healing is a process. It doesn't happen overnight. And really, it kind of never ends. But the more you do, the more you can live life in an empowered and authentic way, where you're not guided by your reactions or guided by what's happening around you. You're guided by your own sense of integrity and confidence in yourself. And that is fucking hot. We love that for you. Okay, woo! This has been an intense one. Pile 3, we still have to do your charms. So, headphone warning to my headphone people. This may get a little loud. You may want to turn it down, but I'm just gonna close my eyes, and then whatever comes out in the charms, that will serve as signs and guidance that are related to you. So, pile 3, Spirit, what signs and guidance are relevant to pile 3? Okay. Woo! Okay. I don't know why I'm doing that. Oh, on the back of the deck, I feel like you guys should see this too. We have inspiring with the key of freedom. And the trigger statement is, I have no choice. And the true statement is, I create my day, my life. It is the time to play. Do something different today to shift your routine. Okay, so we have melancholy, which makes me sad. It's like, he's so cute, but it just makes me sad. So you may be feeling melancholy right now. I just heard the vine. Oh my God, it's a watermelon inside of a watermelon. But watermelon in general could be significant. But This melancholy here, I think, is validating what you're feeling and just saying that it's okay to feel that way, and like you should be feeling that way. Because imagine if you felt blissful living a life that took from you, depleted you, didn't make you feel good. You would never know, and you would stay stuck in a life that wasn't right for you. Like, emotions speak to us for a reason, and your emotions are really saying, hey, we're melancholy, and that's okay. You know, we're struggling, and that's okay. And that's not a sign of failure. That's just a sign of where you're at, and it will shift and it will move. So instead of trying to push it away, see what it's asking, see what it's saying to you, see what it needs from you, see what you could do to love it more. Oh, we got Virgo. It has a Virgo moon. I'm like, rip Virgo placements. What does it say on the back of here? Practical. Yeah, sometimes Virgo has a hard time with emotions, and with Virgo's opposition is Pisces, and Pisces energy is represented in the Hanged Woman man one. And you know, Pisces has no boundaries. It is boundless. It is malleable. It is deep. It is everything. And Virgo is boundaries. Virgo is structure. Virgo is routine. Virgo is health. You know, if Pisces is spirit, Virgo is earth. Like, they are opposites of one another. And so if you have a lot of Virgo energy, one of the challenges may be learning to kind of let go and let go of control and see how things flow. Virgo energy in general could be significant. Virgo season could be significant. But also know that Virgo energy is also a superpower. And Virgos are incredibly discerning. They're also very good at creating and implementing systems. And so the thing is like, if you have systems that don't work for you, just know that you can create really powerful systems that do. And I think also you're really being encouraged to redefine what you see as practical, because if it's practical for you to neglect your own needs in order to finish, you know, what you think is a goal, or to push yourself, or to prove something, that's not practical. That's actually impractical, especially from a body standpoint. You know, Virgo is like ruled. Virgo also rules stuff like health, especially like bodily health. So I definitely think that if your goals require you to do unhealthy things to yourself, that's something that you need to reconsider. But yeah, Virgo energy in general could be significant. Maybe the person I was channeling earlier for you is a Virgo, or was a Virgo. Anyway, we have the Eight of Swords here, which is a huge sign to not let yourself be trapped by your mind. The Eight of Swords is really significant because these are self-inflicted mental binds, and you can take the blindfold off and not be trapped here. And so when you get stuck in your head, when you get stuck in your monkey mind, that is the sign where you need to get out of your head and into your body and start grounding. Whether that is through meditation, whether that is through, I find meditation is hard for me when I'm already stuck in my head. I find movement is actually a lot better for me. Yoga is something that I've been really enjoying. Like, not rigorous yoga, but just like doing like a good downward dog and just feeling like the blood rush to my head. Like, when you move, you are moving the energy too. And so it's going to be a lot harder for you to shift out of that energy if you stay stuck and in a place of stasis. You can get out of it, but that might be something that's helpful. You don't need to do yoga. You can go for a walk. You can punch a wall. Shout out to the Kyles out there. I'm sorry, I feel bad. You know, not every Kyle punches a wall, and there are lots of Kyles out there that even if they have punched a wall, you know what? As long as they fill it, who am I to judge? Anyway, I don't know where that went. Okay, we have the Nazar, the evil eye. Here's the secret. The best form of spiritual protection is goodwill towards yourself and others. It doesn't hurt to have symbols of spiritual protection. So if you have been feeling like you need some extra protection, if that would make you feel safe, please, like, you know, do what you can, find the symbols that make you feel safe. But I feel like this is also a sign of the spiritual protection I was talking about earlier. You are being protected, you are being watched over, and you are so loved. And you don't need pay attention to where your eyes are. You don't need to be focused on what other people are doing or what they have or what you're not doing. You just need to be focused on you and your path. Let's see these other cards. We have the Two of Cups. Okay, this is really beautiful. So number one, I feel like this is a sign of like co-creation with the universe, and like that's where you're meant to be. And you can't really co-create with the universe if you're not in touch with your heart, because your heart is your spirit's representative, and unless you can like talk to your higher self directly in whatever way that may be challenging. I feel like if you've been trying to create a relationship or trying to manifest a relationship, this is a beautiful sign that the universe is getting that in alignment for you and manifesting that for you. If you already do have a partner, I feel like the universe is really saying like, you know, you may be able to gain a lot from like just being more vulnerable about your challenges and your problems. There may be things that your partner could support you in or be there for you for, that you may be unaware of and that they're unaware of because you haven't talked about it. You know, you could be very good at hiding your struggles. And so I think that Spirit is really saying, you know, open up to those you love and trust about what you're feeling and what you're experiencing, because I'm sure they will be more than willing to be there for you. I also think, though, if you're just trying to manifest more close connections in your life, that this process is going to help make that happen. I also think with this Two of Cups here, this is also about you bringing together your feminine and masculine aspects as one, you know, and learning how to balance both of them, and learning to recognize both elements of that, and learning to recognize when one needs to lead or when you need to let the other. Oftentimes you don't even need to recognize it. They'll do it on their own. But yeah, I definitely think with this Two of Cups here, you're really being encouraged to connect with yourself. Like, the more you connect with yourself, the more you can connect to others. The more you understand yourself and have compassion for yourself, the more you can have compassion for others, even if you don't understand them. You know, there are things that people do that are deplorable and that we can't understand, and that, you know, we're not required to hold compassion for, but at the very least, we don't have to like add more negativity to the situation by like shaming them or judging them or hating them. I mean, you can if you want to. It's not, you do what you want. But I find that it is just, the more you can just focus on the goodwill and the stuff you do want to consciously create and the things that you do want to have, the less you feel concerned over the stuff that you can't understand or that disgusts you or that you don't even want to think or be around. Also, for some of you, if you've been trying to manifest a relationship and it hasn't come in over and over and over, I do feel like Spirit may be protecting you from partners that could have really taken you very far off your path, that could have made just your life path a lot more challenging. So remember, rejection is divine protection. Let's see. I might have to censor some of these if there's titties. Ooh, we have the Nine of Wands. And St. Francis is turning over. We'll talk about St. Francis in a second. But with the Nine of Wands here, I feel like Spirit is definitely encouraging you to take more empowered action. This could be encouragement for you to travel. This could also be encouragement for you to just do things that excite you and just, you know, have more fun, get moving. Especially if you've been in a place where you just feel like frustrated, you feel like things aren't moving forward. You may need to you know, just have a little fun for a little while and be adventurous and explore. I also think with the Knight of Wands, for some of you, you might be considering buying like a motorcycle or like some sort of vehicle that really speaks to like the person you want to be or like really excites you. If that's the case, I feel like that's a positive sign for that. I feel uncomfortable giving like, yeah, buy that thing. I don't know what your finances are. But, you know, maybe if, for example, like you've always had this dream of like getting a specific car and like, you know, fixing it up, or, you know, getting a motorcycle, you know, maybe that's a goal you set or something like that. I feel like you're really just being encouraged to do things that make you feel young, because it doesn't matter how old you are. Like, we can feel really old or really young just depending on how much life is in us, how much energy is in us. And I think that there is a focus on you building up your energy reserves. So Spirit is really encouraging you to take action towards the things that really excite you, that make you feel passionate, that make you feel like things are moving forward, because those will, one, help you be more patient with the process of healing and releasing and cultivating the things that do take more time. And two, we all just need to have a little fun. Like the Knight of Wands is so much fun to hang out with. But we also have the Queen of Swords. So I do feel like on top of this though, what Spirit is saying is that there is a need to be discerning. and make sure that, one, you're not going too far in either direction of like, what's the best way to put this? With the Queen of Swords being here, there's a need for you to be compassionate with yourself without being too harsh, but also being willing to set boundaries and not roll back on those out of fear that you'll be rejected if you set those boundaries. Because if you're rejected for setting boundaries, that's exactly why you need them. And actually, this might be speaking to a Two of Cups situation with a Queen of Swords and a Knight of Wands. It may be that, you know, one of you is more mature than the other, and it may take time for you to get there. But it also may be that, like, if you have been making concessions for someone in your life that is more immature and that doesn't seem to learn from their mistakes and that, you know, just doesn't seem to be able to meet you halfway, I would say that maybe they are not the right person to have that Two of Cups energy with you, at least right now. That could be something that Spirit is telling you. But I also think with this Queen of Swords, it's like a twofold message. It's like, don't be too harsh and critical with yourself, but also don't shy away from being honest about where you need to grow. It's about having this like healthy balance between not shaming and criticizing yourself, but also not lying to yourself about what's problematic or needs to change. Does that make sense? But we also have St. Francis, which I love. So St. Francis could be watching over you, protecting you. Just know that any goodwill that you extend towards animals, towards the environment, St. Francis is pouring blessings over you for that. And yeah, St. Francis, or the name Francis, could be significant. But St. Francis also, to me, is like the epitome of compassion. So you may want to look into St. Francis or pray to St. Francis, pray to St. Francis, or Italy could be significant. Shout out to Italy. Okay, let's look at your little fortunes. I decided to add these. I had them in a separate tub for like a really long time. I promise I didn't just like eat a bunch of Chinese food. I have eaten a bunch of American Chinese food. It's just over a long progression of time, and I finally decided to add them to my charm bowl. So let's see what we have for you here. Ask a friend to join you on your next voyage. Ooh, okay. Okay, so voyages here, you know, the Knight of Wands is all about traveling. So you may want to go on a trip. Maybe this friend is someone that understands you really deeply. Who knows? Cool. Let's see what else. Oh, wait, let's look at your numbers here. 31, 3, 50, 7, 17, 12. Let's see what else we have. Confidence of success is almost success. Yeah, that I feel like that's a big thing that Spirit is saying, is like, you know, that's why embodiment is so important, because like if you don't believe in yourself, like whether you pretend like you do or not, it will eventually read as such. And we have, you can learn the Chinese word for soup. I am not going to even attempt to pronounce that, because even if I was close, I'm pretty sure like tones are important. I probably would say the wrong tone or something. But the numbers are 24, 29, 16, 11, 33, 23. Maybe soup is significant. Maybe you need some soup. I find soup to be very healing. I love soup. Okay. Or a souped up car. Maybe that's something. Yeah, maybe you want to like add some stuff to your car. Burnt bridges are hard to cross. So I feel like for some of you, this is a sign and a reminder, like, you know, if you really don't want someone coming back into your life, don't be afraid to burn that bridge. But also know, like, if you're pushing someone away from a place of inferiority or insecurity, like, you could, you know, harm that connection as well. But the lucky numbers are 17, 19, 4, 1, 47, 46. Whew, pile 3. Whew, I'm going to have to ground myself after that. That is where I'm going to leave your reading. So thank you guys so much for watching, and thank you so much for letting my ads play in the background, because that is one of the simplest and easiest ways to show appreciation and support for me and my channel. So thank you to everyone who does that. If you would like to support me in other ways, you can like this video, comment down below, let me know how it resonates. You can subscribe if you haven't already. Be sure to click that little notification bell to be notified whenever I upload a new reading. You can check out my merch. You can check out my social media. You can check out my candles. Be sure to use code ASO10 for 10% off any candles on Angelic Magic 888 site. You can check out my social media, or you can check out other videos with extendeds And I think that's it. So that's all I have for you guys. Thank you so much for watching and for letting me read for you. I hope you all have a wonderful day or night whenever it is that you're watching this video, and I hope you'll come back and see me again soon. Bye! Hi there, Pile 4. Welcome to your reading, and thank you so much for being here. If you guys chose the Rose Quartz Angel and the Crystal Unicorn Tarot, this is going to be your reading on Are You on the Right Path? And the right path is the path that's aligned with your highest good and the highest good of all beings. That being said, if you want to check out a full breakdown of the reading, there is one in the intro. But essentially, this is less about a yes or no. Because, like, really, is there a right or wrong path on a cosmic level? No. But there is what's right and wrong for you. And my definition of what's right is what's in alignment with your highest good. And what's in alignment with your highest good is also in alignment with the highest good of all beings. Isn't it fun how that works? Okay, so what we're going to do now is we're going to look at where you currently are on your path, and based on the orientation of the cards, we will see whether they are in alignment or not. If they are upright, that means this aspect is in alignment, and if they are reversed, that means that this aspect is not in alignment. Either is totally fine. But if you resonate with this first part, then this is your reading. If you don't resonate with this first part, then this is not your reading. Get it, got it, good. Okay. So we're just going to start by looking at where you are at currently. So Spirit, is Pile 4 on the right path? Where is Pile 4 at currently? Okay. We have the Chariot in reverse and Strength in reverse. I'm going to keep those together. Is Pile, we have the Queen of Wands in reverse. Is Pile 4 on the right path? Where are they at right now? We have the Tower in reverse. Cool. Cool. And I say cool because, like, we'll get there. Is Pile 4 on the right path, please? We have Judgment. Ah! Okay, perfect. I love when things come to a head. Okay. Yeah, you are, actually. I know it doesn't feel this way with the reversals, but actually, and this is actually a common theme in something that every single group has had, is this feeling of like being slowed down, or this feeling of being blocked in some sort of way. And it's almost like this feeling is actually this experience that you're having, which for you, I think, is a lack of confidence, a fear of everything failing and everything being destroyed, as well as this frustration around not being able to move forward, being imbalanced, and with the Strength card in reverse, feeling like you don't have the energy or strength to move forward, or getting really stuck in your ego about certain frustrations around your inability to move forward. You may also be feeling like you haven't been successful, which of course success is a subjective definition. So based on that definition, you may or may not be, but no, you can always change that. I think I'm be willing to bet, Pile 4, that a lot of what I'm about to say you kind of know intuitively, and you've just needed confirmed, or this reading will be what helps make a ton of sense for you. The fact that we have Judgment here upright goes to show that these blockages and these frustrations are in alignment with you. And in fact, they're actually here to help you make the necessary transformations so that all of these cards can be upright. Now, the Tower in reverse, I think, is really important here, because I feel like a lot of these blockages are almost protecting you from a really intense Tower moment that just would not be necessary for you. Like, it's almost like you can learn the lessons necessary by just being slowed down and being kind of forced to look at things a bit differently, rather than, you know, just be guided by these impulses until a greater force knocks them down. I feel like the universe is really hell-bent on making sure you don't waste your time and energy on things that are not serving you. So if you find yourself getting creatively inspired and then losing that anticipation really quickly, it could be because those inspirations inspire your ego more than your soul. It could also be, though, that a lot of what you're experiencing right now in terms of frustrating energy is getting you to shift your perspective in ways you don't look at things in the same way that got you here in the first place. I definitely think with Judgment upright here, there's a complete transformation happening. And I really like to think of the Judgment card in, there's this Alice in Wonderland deck that I have, and it talks about Judgment in a way of objects going from 2D to 3D. Like they're literally adding a full other dimension to themselves. And I definitely think one of the things that's out of alignment with you is grace for yourself, compassion for yourself. I feel like with Strength in reverse and the Chariot in reverse, I feel like you may be beating yourself up for things not moving as quickly as you'd like, or for feeling like you are incapable of moving forward. And I feel like if you feel incapable of moving forward, it's probably because you're literally are incapable right now and you're not meant to move forward. You're meant to stop and regroup. There is this energy here of you maybe seeing where you've been spinning your wheels unnecessarily that's bringing you to a halt. I also think there is this real fear of being seen out of fear of being attacked. I would be willing to bet this is in more of a social media context. Like maybe, for example, some of you want to share on social media, but you are afraid to. That's understandable. There's a lot of wounded souls being quite vicious to each other. But a Queen of Wands upright is not going to take that to heart. And even if she does, she's going to use it to alchemize for her own growth. Not saying that you have to be a she at all. But I do think here that if this reading is for you, you're at a place in life right now where you don't really feel like yourself. And I think that's because you're shedding aspects of self that aren't really you. And the parts of yourself that are true to you will return to you once these aspects have been shedded, once these perspectives have been shifted. Because I do think there is a lot of perspective shifts here. But I also think that maybe you've been more disconnected from your inner worlds. That's also been a common theme in the readings today. But more than anything, this reading is for you if you feel like you're in a place of where you feel this sense of impending doom, like everything is going to shit. Any confidence you have had in yourself, it seems like you don't have right now. You might be really struggling with like anger and frustration over like past instances, or just anger and frustration at yourself for not being able to do the things that you think you should be able to do right now. You may be also just be feeling like your wheels are spinning and you're not getting anywhere. And there's a lot of frustration around that. And you may feel kind of exhausted by the mentality that's coming as a result of this. And I also think that there is this like fearful energy here where you recognize it as fear and you know that it's not meant to be here, and you know it's not the truth, but it's almost like you can't stop yourself from indulging it. You can't stop yourself from like, you can't push it away. And I don't think you're meant to push it away. I think it's trying to address something within you that makes you feel, sorry, I'm burping. Which burping right now is definitely a release of negativity. A negativity within you that is making you feel like you could lose everything, and that like there is this sense of impending doom, which, let's be real, on a mass media context, they are creating a sense of impending doom always, all the time, because that makes money and they like money and nothing else. Maybe they also like pleasing their corporate overlords, but that's neither here nor there. Go capitalism. Now, I don't necessarily, anyway, that's a tangent. Let me summarize this though, because it seems like Spirit's really pushing me to go just like straight into the cards. A lot of what you are feeling and experiencing right now is the natural consequences, and I don't say consequences like it's a punishment, but just like the natural effect. Let me say that instead. The natural effect that has come from certain energies and belief systems within you that have been there underneath the surface, but that haven't come to light because you've had so much to focus on and because you have had other things to bolster that confidence, whether it's direct evidence of success or whether it's positive forward movement and a sense of strength. But whatever you have had in the past seems to not be there right now. And I think it's solely because it's almost like I'm seeing like a dial on like a radio or like a stereo where you're like just turning down the volume. It's almost like spirit is turning down the volume of your very dynamic aspects, of your very empowered qualities, so that you can see what still feels disempowered within you. And I know that feels frustrating and unfair, but there's a reason for that, because if these things were left unaddressed, not only would you not be in alignment with your highest good, you wouldn't be on the right path, because this is showing me that, like, yeah, you actually are on the right path. This is where you're supposed to be. What's kind of funny is I set this up to kind of be like, oh, if they're reversed, then that means no, you're not on the right path. But it's like, even if you're not in alignment with your highest good, realizing that and being on that path is what you need to take in order to get to the right path. So technically, every single person here is on the right path. It's just about how confident do you feel in that path? How much are you willing to surrender? How much are you able to trust? And how much are you able to allow the frustrating experiences that come with alignment and that come with growth, you know, be your teachers rather than your bullies? Because these energies are meant to be teachers. They're not meant to be tormentors. And it may feel like they're tormentors because these feelings may echo feelings that you had, you know, when you did have literal tormentors, if you did have bullies, or if you did have these experiences in the past. And the universe is trying to get you to say, no, we want you to reframe how you look at struggle and how you look at challenge, because the way that you look at struggle and challenge right now currently disempowers you. It also makes you a stranger to yourself because you don't know how to love yourself when you're struggling. Well, I channeled that. So maybe all of you do to a degree, but maybe some of you do to a degree. Remember, this is a general reading. I feel like I snatched some wigs with that one. I apologize. Just kidding. No, I don't. Because it's, if you needed to hear it, you need to hear it. But I'm sorry if the delivery wasn't very graceful. More than anything though, like, this is getting you to see where, even through all the work that you've done, all the evolution you've had, where you're still distorted. And here's the thing, we could be in complete alignment and still have distortions. The universe is not trying to eliminate all of those. The universe is trying to eliminate the distortions that are stopping you from having what you actually want, which is these cards upright. I wouldn't say the Tower, but, you know, this Queen of Wands upright and this Chariot and Strength. You want to feel, one, you may be struggling with compassion fatigue. So that is a huge thing. Like, I will say there are times where I disappear, as some of you may know, and I disappear because I need to care for myself, because I don't have the space to care for anyone else, because my needs have gone by the wayside and now I need to care for them. And if I were better at just doing that in the first place, I wouldn't have to disappear, which is why that's what I'm working on. I want to show up more often, and I want to be able to hold even more space and give even more light and even more love. And in order to do that, we have to go within and make room. And so sometimes that means, you know, shutting down a little bit. Sometimes that means having a hermit phase. Sometimes that means taking a break. Sometimes that means just living your life until the answers come to you. But no matter what, it seems like you have a very vivacious spirit and a very intense spirit. And if it's not tempered by earthly limitations, I think that you would just vibe so high you fell off the earth or flew off the earth. And that's not what you're here to do. You're here to be part of the earth. And so I definitely think right now, like, the parts of you that would be able to ignore these distortions or ignore the things that are holding you back, those have had to be dialed down so that they don't wreak more havoc in the future and create some sort of tower moment. But I also feel like that sense of impending doom is not necessarily the truth. It could just be like, I would look at where your Chiron is. I understand this because, like, my Chiron is in Scorpio in the second house. So it doesn't matter. Like, I could get all the praise in the world, and if I still feel insecure, if I don't feel good enough, if my self-esteem is bad, like, I am going to feel like crap and I'm not going to feel good about myself. It doesn't matter what anyone says to me. Same thing with possessions. Like, I could have everything that I need and still feel like it's not enough, or I don't have enough, even though that's not the truth. And so that what that wound is trying to do is to get me to push beyond that. And Chiron is a wound that you kind of deal with your whole life. And so what it's meant to do is meant to help you heal and grow beyond that. You know, Chiron is the wounded healer. And where our deepest wounds are in this lifetime are where our greatest healing can come from. And so I would look at where your Chiron is right now. K Moon, her channel, K Moon Astrology, just the letter K, Moon, Astro. She has really awesome videos on Chiron and all that. So I would look her up for sure. But this is definitely stuff that is meant to make you feel more secure, meant to make you feel more empowered, meant to help you in ways that don't cause you to have these cycles in the future, because these unseen parts of you will already be seen. And so you can anticipate, you can almost intercept them when they come up, rather than they wreak havoc underneath the surface. That's also been like a theme in all the readings. So one thing to know is that you are not alone. And even if the semantics of what you're dealing with are different, you are not alone in this. But I think this eclipse season has been like particularly intense. Even if you're watching this at a different point in time, things have been challenging. Okay, I am not shuffling, but essentially what we're going to do is we're going to look at how you can shift all of these energies. And with Judgment being upright, we're going to look at what you need to know about this Judgment card. So let's give these a couple good shuffles. But I do quickly just want to thank everyone who takes the time to leave me a little like, a subscribe, a comment, or like let my ads play in the background, because those are the simplest and easiest ways to show appreciation for me and my channel. They also like let me know what you're enjoying and what you want to see more of. And they're also just a way to show appreciation and give back to me in a way that is completely free. So thank you to everyone who takes the time to do that. I really appreciate that. But let's go ahead and shuffle these cards now. So Spirit, how can pile 4 shift the Chariot and Strength, please? Just turn it right side up. That's so funny. Okay, how can pile 4 shift this Queen of Wands energy? Ooh, okay, that's a lot. That's an annoying amount of a lot. But, okay. This clearly needs to be here. So I'm just gonna put that there like that. Okay. What about the Tower, Spirit, in reverse? How can pile 4 get in alignment and shift into alignment from this energy? We have the 7 of Pentacles. And finally, what does pile 4 need to know about this Judgment card? What do they need to know about this Judgment? We have the 5 of Swords. Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. And on the back of the deck, we have the Ace of Swords. So this whole cycle is about clarity for you and about seeing things more clearly. Yeah, that's what clarity is about. But how can we shift this Chariot in reverse and the Strength in reverse? By getting out of our ego and getting into our heart. This Strength upright is all about you having compassion and surrendering to what you cannot control. If you do not have the energy to move forward, instead of beating yourself up for that and wasting those reserves on being mean to yourself, taking the energy you do have and saying, okay, how can I nurture myself right now? This is also about paying attention to what's leading. You know, Strength is not about controlling, overpowering, or domineering. And I feel like that energy may be really present in terms of your path, where you may be almost like overly, you may be the type of person to watch these readings a lot. Hello, hi, grateful to have you here. But it may come at the cost of your own agency at times. And I feel like that is something like I resonate with that a lot. Like, I have not watched a general reading in eons, and it makes me so sad because like I just love watching my buddies like do their thing. And also I love like being connected to that. But I knew that for my highest good, like I needed to stop depending on that to confirm my own intuition, and I just needed to like do my own little thing. And I think that in your case, there's maybe a little bit of that energy here. But also just having the strength to be okay with not knowing, and the strength to be okay with, you know, only taking the steps that you could see directly in front of you. I also think this strength card is about realizing that it takes a lot of strength to be gentle with yourself when you're frustrated with yourself. It takes a lot of strength to be vulnerable about the fact that you're not doing well and you wish you were at a different place. It takes strength to be gentle with yourself when you're mad at yourself. But that is why it's so important to cultivate it, because when you can simultaneously have these challenging emotional experiences that come from frustration or that come from things not working out the way you want them to or the way your ego wants them to, having that compassion for yourself not only allows you to have that for others, but it also helps you move through these challenges a lot easier because those energy reserves aren't being wasted on beating yourself up further or creating stories that don't serve you. Does that make sense? Now with this Queen of Wands in reverse, this is huge because this has a lot to do with self-esteem and the fact that we have the Six of Swords, the Six of Cups, and the Lovers. This is more of a process. I feel like there are times where you feel confident and you feel good about yourself, but there are other times where you really fall into the pits of self-loathing and really just like feel like flop city. I feel like the Six of Swords, Six of Cups, and Lovers, which these are all sixes, and let me remind you that sixes are not a bad number. 666 is not an evil number. People created that. Fun fact, in second grade, we were learning about 3-digit numbers, and we were told to like, everyone in the class had a whiteboard and we all had to come up with our own 3-digit number, and my favorite number was 6 at the time. And so I did that, and like a bunch of kids in my class were like, oh! and I was like, what? Like, I like the number 6. And they were like, that's an evil number. So I had to change it to 667. But now if I could go back and tell my childhood self, I would be like, girl up, keep those 3 6s up. Like, they were just indoctrinated. Like, that's it. There's no such thing as a negative number. But in your case, you are meant to, this cycle for you and shifting out of this is about moving beyond the past and what you believed about your lovability. I feel like you have beliefs around how you need to show up in order to be worthy, and those aren't true. And in fact, true confidence is showing up authentically, not how you think people want you to show up. And oh my God, I could take a page or two from that, because even I'll tell you, I relate to this, because there are times where I don't film because I'm like, yeah, but I don't feel super peppy, or I don't feel amazing. I feel like if I don't show up at 100, and even when I do show up at 100, there are people that are like, you seem off, or you seem like you need a break, or like, and whether they're right or wrong, which they're usually wrong, it's like, oh, I don't want to be perceived. I don't want people to like look at me that way. And so my way of control is just isolating myself. But does that help me? No. What I'm meant to do is not, well, I feel bad saying like not caring about what people say, but like not taking that to heart and not taking like those judgments as truth, and also not letting them stop me from showing up, because the reality is that people are going to perceive me how they're going to perceive me, and they're going to perceive you how they're going to perceive you, whether we like it or not. We don't have control over it. And the thing is that if we try to, you know, mold our behavior to what other people expect of us, like, we will always be denying ourselves the opportunity to be authentic. And that's a hard thing to do, but it's very necessary and it's very worth it. And one thing that I love is that in the Six of Swords, there's a child, and the Six of Cups has a lot about childhood and nostalgia. And so I really feel like, one, there's inner child healing about your worth, about being seen, about showing up. But also, if you have wounds from a past relationship around your desirability, around your lovability, there's definitely a real need for you to realize that those weren't the truth and that it's time to start moving forward. But I also think that this is about making a choice because the Lovers is not just about like, you know, counterparts, union, stuff like that. It's also about like choosing. And I think in your case, to shift this Queen of Wands upright is to make the choice to live from love and to do things in a loving way, including towards yourself. You know, it's interesting. There's so much black smoke coming up. I feel like there's a lot of purging that you've been doing around unhealthy belief systems. But I think your memories of the past sometimes, you know, despite all that purging, bring up more or create more fear or create more energy around those insecurities. And I feel like the universe is really encouraging you to when that happens, to affirm that those times are over. You are not that person, and those things are not the truth. And in fact, your past self is not going to feel comfortable in the present until they know they're safe to be here. I think that your past self keeps bringing up to your attention that no matter what confidence you do have, some of it is on a false foundation, and some of it you don't truly believe. And what this energy is trying to do is to get you to see that, you know, you don't have to be entirely confident in yourself to love yourself, but loving yourself will allow you to inherently have more confidence. And when you make choices from a place of love, you will inherently have more confidence in where your present self is guiding you. I feel like also just healing around past relationships are very important for you to move forward, because I feel like if you've been trying to do things differently in your love life or show up differently, it's going to be really hard to do that if you still feel like your past self and you keep falling into these past habits and behaviors. I feel like there needs to be a conscious willingness on your part to not only move forward from the past, but heal and reintegrate, you know, these parts of self that maybe you've abandoned or have believed unworthy. And how you do that, it's going to be different for everyone. There are lots of forms of inner child healing. One thing that I'm doing is like this thing called inner family systems therapy that's working well for me. I have an inner child reading that you could check out, but there are lots of different ways that you can heal your inner child, and I would encourage you to explore that. But I definitely think that you're going to continue to struggle to feel confident in yourself if you continue to judge yourself based on who you were in the past. You are not who you were in the past, and who you are now is no better or worse than who you were in the past. It's just who you are now is more aware, more conscious, more healed than the past versions of yourself. And what this cycle is trying to get you to see is that we want your confidence to come from a place of utmost authenticity and from utmost like truth. And that can't happen if you're stuck in the illusions of the past. And now, the illusions of the past, like things may have, like not saying that your memories are illusions, but the stories that we tell ourselves aren't necessarily the truth, or aren't, even if they are the truth, they may not necessarily be helpful. And so those stories that we tell ourselves that keep us stuck, you know, that's been a huge theme in this reading, that can really stop us from making choices that are loving towards ourselves. And they can also really stop us from having the confidence to take risks because we're afraid of being rejected, shamed, and abandoned the way we were in the past, that led to these feelings of not being confident and not feeling good about ourselves in the first place. And, you know, the beautiful thing is that now you have the wisdom and awareness to be there for yourself and have the strength to give yourself compassion and grace when you do encounter feelings of abandonment or rejection, or you literally have those things happen. And I think what's most important is that this is about coming home to yourself in a way where you're not trying to be what other people want. You're not trying to be what you think looks good. You're not trying to be anything. You just are yourself, and know that you can't control how people respond to that. But man, once you are able to embody that authentically, it's going to feel so good. You are not going to ever feel the urge to, you know, put up a false self again anyway. I also think there's a specific message here for those of you who have a divine counterpart or are in a relationship that is in the process of healing. One thing that will hold this connection back is if you continue to judge the connection based on what happened in the past, and you continue to assume that what happened in the past is going to keep repeating. Now, that might be the truth, but you should be confident and assured in yourself enough to know that if these things are violating your boundaries, or if these things are not good for you, that you can set boundaries and cut them out and move forward and beyond it. But I also think you're giving some people way too much space in your head, and way too much, you're giving their perspective and their opinion way too much credit. And their perspective is not the truth either. And I definitely think so long as your confidence is dependent on approval from others, or dependent on, showing up in a way you think others will like you're never going to feel truly confident, because it's not confidence, it's camouflage. But more than anything, how to shift this, move forward, look at the past, heal the past, rewrite the stories of the past in ways that bring you peace. Make sure you're making decisions from a place of love and not from a place of insecurity or a place of ego in any way. And be focused on the future, be focused on the present and the future and where we're moving. That's where we've been. Where are we headed? Because where we're headed is the unknown, and that can be really exciting. With the Tower in reverse here, how we can shift this is with the Seven of Pentacles, which is what I really love. So a Tower moment can't happen if it's built on a solid foundation. And one thing that I'm hearing is that you already have a solid foundation that you have been cultivating. Now, I think that there are certain actions that you could take in your material world to feel more confident and more secure. And what those things are going to differ. For some of you, this is financial stuff. So you may want to talk to a financial advisor, or if you do, just make sure you've got everything where it is, or, make sure you are optimizing your saving, your spending, your investing, things like that. But also with this Tower in reverse, making sure you have enough for a rainy day, making sure you have these things set aside. And I feel like this is deeper than just money, though. I feel like this is just losing who you are, and just complete loss of self, complete loss of what you love in life. And I feel like Spirit is saying you can't lose those things, because those things are you, and you've already planted those seeds and already have reaped the benefit from some of those seeds. I think it's just that you may have fears that that won't remain forever. And sure, things fluctuate, and what what we have changes and things like that. But I feel like this is a lot of catastrophizing, and whatever catastrophes you're worried about, I feel like Spirit is saying you already have foundations in place to protect you should these things ever happen, which I don't think they are. I feel like it's almost a self-fulfilling prophecy you've been investing in, and I feel like Spirit is saying stop investing in that. But also recognize that if there are things that you are genuinely afraid of, pay attention to the ways in which that you can protect yourself from that in concrete and practical ways. I live in the Midwest. We have tornadoes. And even though when I get a tornado warning, I usually am just okay, and I keep moving forward, because Midwesterners will literally stand on our porch and watch it. We're smart. It's one thing to worry about a tornado and then do nothing about it. Yeah, it might be very devastating if you don't make any preparations. If the tornado does hit and there's damage, and the power is out, your phone is dead, yeah, it would probably be really helpful to have a hand crank radio so that you can hear what's going on. Yeah, it would probably be really good to have water in your bathtubs and water set aside. It'd probably be really good to make sure all your devices are charged before a storm hits. We can't control the storm, but we can control our preparedness for it. That doesn't mean that we may not suffer. That doesn't mean we may not struggle, but it does mean that we lessen the blow of whatever could happen that's beyond us. And I think the thing is that a lot of what you're fearing is much bigger than what it would even be should it ever come true. And I think that a lot of what you're worried about won't even come true. And I think that Spirit is really encouraging you to let go of what you're worried about and focus on what you want to cultivate more of. And if there are real fears that you have, that you can't seem to let go of, then do what it takes to make those practical steps to protect yourself, because there are realities. Disasters do happen, but I think some of the disasters you're worried about aren't rooted in reality. And I think, you know, some of the ones that even could be a possibility, you know, with the right parameters in place, wouldn't even be an issue. The worst thing is that they might be kind of stressful to deal with. But finally, with this Judgment card upright, this is all about, what you need to know about this Judgment card is you're being awakened to all the ways in which you cut yourself off from the light. Cut yourself off from spirit, cut yourself off from truth, and keep yourself stuck in separation consciousness. Because even if we try our best to be in unity consciousness, it is natural that at times we are going to slip. It is natural, you know, there is this divine dance that we are doing as beings in a body, as finite beings in a body, and infinite spirits, you know. There's very many paradoxical aspects of our nature, and I think what Spirit is really saying is that this time period right now is helping you see the thoughts, the belief systems, the fears, the programming that you have within you that could sabotage your movement forward, that could undermine you on your path. Because another thing that I genuinely believe too is that, like, our path is ours. We can never truly be taken off of it, but we can certainly be led astray. We can get lost. We can, you know, get confused. We can turn around. We can try a different path. Like, there's a lot that happens. And I feel like what Spirit is really trying to do with this cycle is help you see where you're cutting yourself off, where you're being unfair to yourself, and also where you're stifling your own growth and keeping you separate. I definitely think that there's a lot of truth that's coming to light here about, you know, where you haven't been talking the talk, and where maybe you have been projecting outwards, you know, your frustrations of humanity without realizing that you're just projecting the inner frustrations you have about yourself that you can't control. You know, I definitely think there is this energy here as well of you seeing that the people that have wounded you, you know, especially those past people that aren't even in your life anymore. Well, I hope that the people, if someone wounded you that's still in your life, I hope you've healed and, you know, resolved that and grown. But those wounds and those pains from those betrayals, those rejections, like, it doesn't matter if the person's out of your life. It doesn't matter if you're good at ignoring those realities. Like, they're still going to undermine you on a subconscious level until you address and deal with them. Because it's less about the thing the person did, and it's more about the thing the person did, how the thing the person did made you feel. And in your case, I feel like you're also meant to look at how you judge yourself, how you judge others. Obviously, judgment is like less about overt judgment, but I do think that in your case, like, there is this realization of how maybe it's hard for you to step into this expansion and this authentic expansion because you're judging yourself. Like, I think about the fact that, like, I never had like a cringy Wattpad phase when I was growing up. And I'm so sad about that, because, like, I wish I could look back at that and laugh, but I can't, because even when I was a child, the thought of seeing my own words on paper or on the screen literally made me want to vomit. That is how much self-loathing and judgment I had and criticism I had for myself. Like the thought of putting anything inside me out here and making it real, disgusting. Can't do it. No, not doing it. Don't play games. I love Gemma Collins. Anyway, that it can be really hard to grow and expand when you judge yourself so harshly. And so I feel like this judgment card is here to make you realize, like, man, your mental perceptions, the stuff that's keeping you in the past, like, it's time for that to go so that our wheels stop spinning and we can move forward. You know, the next steps that you're meant to take, I think, require more confidence. They require more courage and more trust and faith in what you can't see that's guiding you onwards. Everything is okay, but there's a massive transformation happening, and it's designed to help you lead from love rather than from lack, fear, doubt, insecurity, whatever. Because those things aren't the truth. Those things are, you know, human creations and human issues that we give to each other and that we share with each other and that are part of our collective psyche and part of our culture and part of our consciousness. And, you know, in order to change the world, you have to be the change you want to see. I used to think that was bullshit, but that is so true, because honestly, it is hard enough to change yourself. You can't expect the world to change. And yeah, I think that more than anything, getting on the right path for you is about having more love and compassion for yourself, about having the courage to accept that you may not always feel that way about yourself. Like, a lot of times, self-love is not about being like, I love myself. It's about being like, I'm a being worthy of love, and I don't feel good about who I am right now. I don't like myself right now. I feel like shit right now. You may not like yourself, but you can not like yourself and still love yourself at the same time. You know what I mean? Like, parents, I'm sure there are times where you really don't like your kids. Like, not literally, but like there are times where you're just like, I don't like the person you're being right now, or I don't like the behavior you're exhibiting. That doesn't mean you don't love them, but it means you don't like the thing that they're doing. And so I think that there is this need to separate this idea of like, you can love yourself and not be happy with yourself. You can love yourself and be frustrated with yourself. It's about how you deal with those responses and how you deal with those feelings that matters. You know, the loving response to those is to accept and acknowledge them and ask, how can I be here for myself? How can I deal with these in a healthy way, rather than, you know, shame myself, beat myself up, and make the problem worse. That is a lack of self-love. And that is what's really important here. I also think imposter syndrome is a thing you might be healing and dealing with. But I also think, too, there needs to be a release of fear of betrayal and a fear of, you know, dealing with these energies from others, because you are going to deal with these energies from others. That's the power of discernment, because you get better at anticipating those things before they happen. But one reality of life is that people are going to people, and we can't control that. And sometimes people are going to hurt us, and sometimes people are going to do unfair things to us, and it is what it is. And, you know, like, it can only affect us to the level we allow it in. But also, you know, if you shame and judge yourself for being bothered by it or being hurt by it, that's once again a lack of self-love, because you're shaming yourself. You're believing you should deal with it differently. The loving response would be, oh, this really hurts. I need to deal with this. I need to address this. And I need to make sure I have boundaries in place to avoid this again. Like, and realizing that it's not your fault for being open to someone. It's not your fault for extending trust to someone, especially when they haven't given you a reason not to trust them. You know, if they've given you a reason not to trust them and you trust them anyway, well, then, you know, that's more of a, well, you know, I wouldn't beat yourself up for that. I would just be like, yep, should have listened to myself. Oh, well. I feel like there is just maybe a need to let go. I think there's a part of you that holds on to your failures and your mistakes and your perceived, you know, wrongs and the things that you just perceive about yourself that, you know, are just not right. And the thing is like, ironically, there is no such thing as right or wrong, especially on a cosmic perspective, despite what this reading is called, which I called it this because I was like, there was no easy way to be like, are you in alignment with your highest good? Like, there's only 100 characters in it, and I felt like I don't know, I just felt like this was easier and more digestible from a marketing standpoint. But, you know, this energy is really just helping you expand and grow in the ways that you actually want to. It's like, you're not messing up. In fact, you're right where you need to be. The universe is saying, hey, these are the things that are out of alignment. These are the things that are going to stop you from moving forward. These are the things that are inhibiting you from embodying more of yourself, from loving more of yourself, from, you know, embracing more of yourself. Let's deal with these things so that we can be an even bigger badass and be stronger and be more courageous and, you know, live a life more embodied and more bold and more loving than you ever have before. So let's go ahead and get guidance for all of these now. So Spirit, what guidance do you have for this Strength Chariot energy in reverse and this Strength upright? Cleanse. Oh, I just feel like I need to take a breath. Pile 4, will you just take a deep breath with me? I felt really good. Some tension. And listen, oxygen is still free. Breathe it and enjoy it while it's here. Before we know it, we're gonna have an Oxygen Plus Max subscription. Hopefully we won't, because people like us will be helping shift the consciousness of society to not do things that way. But yeah, because we are the answers to all these problems, right? So cleanse, the trigger statement, there is no answer. The true statement, I am the answer. The aligned outcome for you is simple, but not necessarily easy. Commit your goals to heart each day and know every single action will take you closer to them. Yeah, I would also say as well, if you get really frustrated when things don't go according to plan and that leads to self-destructive behaviors, learning to be more gentle with what you are able to do in a day and not beating yourself up for it. Like, imagine if you just like verbally accosted a baby for not being able to do taxes. Like, imagine bullying a baby for not being able to do taxes. Well, I can't imagine it because the IRS does it to me and you. We're just babies. We're not meant to do taxes. Which honestly, I wouldn't mind taxes if they didn't go to, you know, mass murder. I like them when they help people. I just hate them when they don't. Anyway, I know you were dying to know my stance on taxes. What's more American than that? Hating taxes. It's why we seceded. Anyway. Okay. I'm like, so like, I'm all over the place. I feel like you probably are too, because like your energy is very like, but I'm also like, I could just be like, I could be the blah, blah, blah. It could just all be me and I'm projecting it onto you, which in that case, I'm sorry. But this is so telling, because what Spirit is really trying to say here is that like, you're not going to get anywhere by spinning your wheels, and that you are the answer, and that maybe one of your problems is that you beat yourself up when you don't meet your expectations, but maybe your expectations of yourself are psychopathic. Have you ever considered that? You know, like, oh, I'm gonna do these things and I shouldn't be able to sleep. Like, sometimes we have just expectations and forget, like, oh yeah, you know, you need to like sleep and have like a life outside of that, right? Sometimes we forget. Sometimes the mind just wants to transcend the body, and that's just not possible. What else, Spirit? What other guidance would you give? Pile 4, please. We have, yep, self-worth. The trigger statement is, I am disgusting. The true statement is, I am a miracle. Please be gentle and love yourself. Provide your body mind with what it truly needs to carry you on your journey. And that's the thing, is like, you can't, like, you are going to be able to do far less from a place of self-loathing than you will from a place of self-love. And you know what, buddy? We're in this together, actually, because I can relate to this entirely. And one of the things that I had to come to terms with in my longish hiatus, like that 3 weeks I was gone, was like, I've been taking action and doing these things from a place of like, I feel like I have to, and I feel like if I don't do the absolute most all the time, that I'm doing something wrong and that I'm a bad person if I don't. And that's not the truth. It was just my own insecurities and me being afraid of backlash should I do things differently. And the thing is that like, whether I get it or not, like, I can't control that, but you know, the physical detriment to not, you know, making changes is a hell of a lot worse than, you know, backlash. So, you know, I had to really see that and understand that. And I think for you as well, the universe is like, we don't want you to push yourself to the brink and feel like you have somehow failed on your path, when the reality is that you haven't. But it would be far more painful for you to keep going with this process and not be able to embody your path from a place of self-love, which would just be not only more empowering for you, but it will allow you to give from a more authentic place, and it will allow you to take action from a more authentic place and not get yourself caught up in stories, belief systems, and in just cycles of unhealthy behavior that don't serve you. So I'm pinky promise me that you are going to do what is loving to yourself first and accept the consequences of whatever loving yourself results in the outside world. And know that even if what happens in the outside world is not what you would like to see, if you are doing it from a place of love, then no, it is worth it. And that you're doing something right. Because think about how messed up that is. Like if people only want you to give and they don't care like how it affects you, or people want you to show up in a certain way and, you know, are mad if that's not the case, like they don't care about who you are. They care about you showing up in a way that makes them feel comfortable or in a way that they like. And that's about them. That's not about you. And it takes a sense of self-esteem, and it takes a lot of courage to be able to be disliked and to be yourself and be like, okay, yeah, that's fine. You can dislike me. You can not approve of that. That's fine. And as a people pleaser or a recovering one, I'm sure you are one too, it is like putting your hand on a burning hot stove, but eventually you stop feeling it. Eventually you burn the nerve endings off. So, you know, it's worth it. And to have a sense of self-esteem and self-worth, I think is, you know, one of the greatest gifts that you can ever give yourself. And it's something that can't be bought. And if you look at some of the big dogs at the top, you can see, oh yeah, your money cannot buy you a sense of security in yourself. That's for sure. Anyway, we also have comfort. The trigger statement is people cannot be trusted, and the true statement is I trust my heart. Your big, beautiful heart is ready to open. Trust that you will be able to discern who is best to walk with you. Yeah, I said this already, so yep. And one more, Spirit. We have soothe. The trigger statement is I need to fix this, and the true statement is I am willing to learn from this. Lift yourself above your life situation and observe as a witness. Understand that you are so much more than the story. And look what's on the back of the deck. Clarity. The trigger statement is I am so confused, and the true statement is I am present. Allow your mind to clear and let the noise of your thoughts fall away. Listen to your intuition. And you know, another thing that I want to say that's like a personal me thing, so feel free to skip ahead if you don't care. I just want to say thank you, because like so many of you guys are so loving and caring and supportive and understanding of me. And I feel like I you know, sometimes don't always like, I feel like sometimes it is hard to acknowledge that, you know, like, you know, then the mind is naturally focused on negativity, but like the amount of positivity and love that you guys send me is insane. And it's like, I'm so grateful for it, and thank you. And I'm sorry if like sometimes I don't do enough to express like how grateful I am for that, but like just know, like, even what I'm talking about, think of it this way. If like there were 500 people in front of you and like 95% of them are going to give you the biggest, warmest, most healing hug of your life, but 5% of them are going to punch you in the face as hard as they can, and you don't know who's who, it's going to be a little bit harder to receive the hugs because you're anticipating the punch. That's the best way I can describe that position. But just know that like, I love you, and like thank you for the kindness and grace that you extend me, and I just hope that like I extend that back to you, and I hope that you just know that you are so great, and I'm so grateful for any kindness you send my way, and I hope that we're able to do the same, and I hope you know that you're not alone, and none of us are alone in this, and you know, every little thing is gonna be all right, in the words of Bob Marley. Okay, with that being said, let's go ahead and get into your charms now. Little bit of a headphone warning. You might want to turn your headphones down. This can be kind of loud, but I'm just going to close my eyes, and then whatever cards come out, we will use as signs for your path and extra guidance. So pile 4, Spirit. What charms are relevant signs and guidance for pile 4 on their path? Okay, beautiful. So the fact that we have this Tower card out here again, I feel like there's this huge emphasis on Spirit asking you to not be afraid of Tower moments, because if they're meant to happen, the Star always comes after, baby. And I feel like any Tower moments that have happened in your past have led to a lot of heart healing. You know, this star is pink and green, which are both heart chakra colors. And I definitely think with this Tower card being here, Spirit is trying to get you to see what needs to be dealt with now before a Tower moment would ever arise. And I feel like that is further reiterated with this little clear charm and this bottled up emotions. It's like the emotions that you've had bottled up are going to continue to be a problem for you until they are able to be seen and released. I also think that you may really judge yourself harshly for your emotional reactions, especially if you're sensitive, which is okay. But, you know, obviously society is not very kind to sensitive folk and are often not very understanding or caring. And that's why you have to be. And that's why you have to, you know, one of the things about sensitive people is that sensitive people are here to shed light on the things that those who are less sensitive remain unaware of. And yes, sensitive folks, we're not always the best at expressing those things, but that's why we learn to get better and we learn to find ways to deal with our sensitivities so that, you know, our reactions to them don't become everyone else's problem. But in your case, I feel like there is still a lot of maybe shame for your emotional experiences and shame for, you know, your humanity. And I feel like what Spirit is saying is that any Tower moments that have happened in your past have led you to having more compassion and understanding for yourself. And with this being said as well is you're creating a solid emotional foundation for yourself that is going to allow you to move through the world and life's challenges with less judgment and persecution of yourself. I also think that if there have been any Tower moments in the past that you don't quite understand, you will be getting clarity from them. But I also think Spirit is really encouraging you to look at what is continuing to feed into this sense of doom, this sense of fear, because those are the things that need your love and care and attention in order for these feelings of impending doom to either be lessened or eliminated. I also, with this dinosaur here though, I feel like you may have some of these feelings of impending doom may come from beyond this lifetime. They may be in your ancestry, because remember too, like, you know, you carry the trauma of your ancestors as well as yourself. Like, I'm pretty sure, like, I don't know. I don't know biology. I got a C in biology, probably because I didn't show up very often. But if I had, I would have definitely gotten a B-. So I'm not going to talk about things I don't understand. So I definitely think Spirit is saying to not hold back your emotions. In the words of Elsa, let it go, or in the songs of Elsa, let it go. You know, and you need to let go of those emotional reactions, otherwise they will continue to rule you. But with this, you know, dinosaur here, I feel like one thing that Spirit is saying is that some of these fears are not logical, which, because one, fear isn't logical, but two, some of these fears may be rooted in past lives and rooted in, you know, your ancestors' like lives that you have like inherited through, you know, their genetics. There are a lot of factors at play here. And so one thing you might want to look into is like past life regression. I'll write down who I go see for past life regression. Her name is Lorna Wilson, and she's in the UK. So her website is like a UK website, but her name is Lorna Wilson. And if you just look up Lorna Wilson, LONRAWILSON, past life regression, you should find her. She's absolutely incredible. And if not, like, just anyone you want to find, like past life regression, I think that could be very helpful. Past life regression is less about like exploring the past life and more about reintegrating, closing out old chapters and like looking at themes and healing things on a soul level. It's not about exploration. It's about closing chapters, healing, tying up loose threads, things like that. So I think that could be really beneficial for you, because there could be things that are deeply ingrained and just fears in you that may not have a root that you can identify on your own, and that might be a helpful way of getting there. Let's see, we've got more tarot cards. Ooh, okay. I love this. We have the Ace of Wands upright with a Nine of Swords in reverse. So the fact that this is the 9, and I've said this in other groups, you know, the 8 of Swords is usually mental stress and mental anguish that you can get out of yourself. The 9 of Swords is usually when you want to get some external help. And I feel like what Spirit is saying is that if you don't have a lot of energy right now, you'll get your mojo back, your spark back when you start to deal with and address, you know, the mental turmoil that you may be dealing with. So, you know, if you can find resources, like I said, this can be many different things. This can be therapy, this can be talking it out, this can be journaling, whatever it is for you, you know, finding help and finding ways to deal with that energy so that it doesn't like sap you dry, I think is really important. But also with this Ace of Wands here, a little bit of self-love in that way, if you know what I mean. Great way to help get you back in your body. I just have to say Ace of Wands is the dick card. Not saying that you have one, but you know, everyone can rub one out every now and then. It won't kill you. You know, that's a great way of self-love, you know. But also, that was more of a silly interpretation. Well, it's not silly, but like, it's one where I'm like, I feel silly saying it, but at the same time, it's not silly. It's society making me feel silly, you know? But with this Ace of Wands as well, like, I feel like the more you deal with what's going on internally, the more energy you're going to have. But I also think, too, one way that could really help you get out of your mental anguish is to do things that excite you. And maybe, and this is kind of like a chicken and the egg thing. It's like, you may not get more excitement and passion until you deal with the mental anguish, or, you know, pursuing the things that you know can make you feel excited and passionate will help you deal with the mental anguish. It's like kind of both, and like this or that are true. So you kind of just, if you don't know what your process is, this is the time to start understanding your process, how you do things, you know, because how we do things is going to be different, and just start paying attention to what works for you, what uplifts you. I do think that more than anything, Spirit is saying, like, there is no reason for you to be afraid. In fact, all we have are exciting opportunities coming your way, and we want you to be in the position to receive them properly and take them, so that, you know, you don't push them away out of fear you're not good enough and miss out on beautiful things that the universe wants you to experience, you know? We want you to take opportunities with boldness and courage, not, you know, take them and then feel like an imposter, or feel like you're doing something wrong, or feel like you're not good enough. Like, you are good enough. You're good enough now, but until you start to believe that, it's going to be really hard. Well, there's that 8 of Swords. So yeah, a lot of mental anguish here. And I feel like Spirit is saying, like, as long as you allow your mind to control you, you are gonna have a bad time. The mind is meant to be a faithful servant. I'm thinking of that Albert Einstein quote, and it literally goes into this intuitive. Albert Einstein, a man with a big old brain, you know, he came up with his most powerful theories through intuition. And there's this quote of his that says, you know, the intuitive mind is a wise guide, and the rational mind is a faithful servant. Society has upheld and honored the servant to the detriment of the intuitive mind, or something like that. And basically his point is that, you know, we have a society that caters to the servant rather than to the intuition, and that is a problem. Your mind is here to help you implement things. Your mind is here, you know, when you get that creative inspiration, oh, I want to make this painting, you know, the mind says, okay, let's make sure we have the right supplies. Like, oh, we should text that person and see if they have like this type of oil paints, or like, you know, the brain does the like, oh, okay, you want to do that thing? Let's go figure it out. Let's do things to make that happen. Let's, you know, the mind should serve you. You shouldn't serve it. If your mind is topping you and being daddy, it's time for you to take your power back and make that mind submissive again. Okay. And also Pisces energy could be significant. Intuitive. I feel like you're really being called to trust your intuition, and I think there's a part of you that's known all along, like, everything's going to be okay, and that there's a purpose for everything that you've been dealing with, but it's just very easy to still be afraid. And even if you've been on a spiritual path for years, or if you've been on a path of, you know, your highest good for years, like, it doesn't necessarily get easier. you just expand. You just learn more and you just grow. Anyway, let's look at your little fortunes. As you can tell, I've eaten a lot of American Chinese food in my day. I've been saving these for a long time, and I had them in a separate thing, and I was like, well, I'll just add them to the charm box because I haven't used them. Every moment is a golden one for him who has the vision to recognize it as such. And I think that is so big for you, because like there are golden moments that you may miss out on because you're beating yourself up, or like you're focused on, you know, the negatives, and it's actually like golden outside, like the sun is setting. And I just think that's so beautiful. Like you do have this golden vision, and you can't see it if you're stuck in the darkness and you're stuck in the past and stuck in what hasn't worked. And look, this strength card is so gold. Like thinking of Sheena Shea, good as gold. That's so funny. Significant song. I watched like the second season of Vanderpump Rules when everything was happening because my nail tech like really wanted me to. And it stressed me out so badly I had to stop after that season. Anyway, lucky numbers: 35, 55, 39, 38, 21. This is definitely the group where I'm just like, inhibitions are free, and I'm just like, my peeps are here and I can ramble. And even if there are some people that are not my peeps, well, that's okay. Just know that my peeps are here, and that's why I'm rambling. And you can be my peep if you want, but you know, that also means you have to accept me and my shortcomings. Okay. If you have knowledge, let others light their candles by it. Oh, and what's that? What's that really tiny writing? Oh, use code ASO10 for 10% off ASO Tarot's candles. Oh yeah, that's a good idea. Just kidding. That'll be linked down below though. But seriously, those are there if you want them. But also, like, I feel like you underestimate your own knowledge now, and the fact that like you already have so much to give now. But the lucky numbers here are 31, 3, 50, 7, 17, and 12. And finally, we have, don't forget, you are always on our minds. Okay, well, that's like slightly terrifying in the sense of like who's our, but I'm gonna go ahead and say that that's spirit. And you know, spirit's always watching over you, spirit's always loving you. But if you had someone come to mind when I said that, maybe that is a sign for you. But yeah, let's look at the numbers on the back here. 52, 54, 33, 30, 38, 4. Interesting. I've noticed a lot of these have 50s and 30s on them. I don't know what that means, but pile 4. That is where I'm going to leave this reading. Thank you guys so much for watching and for letting me read for you. And thank you so much for letting my ads play in the background while you do something else. That is one of the simplest and easiest ways to support me and show appreciation for my channel. So thank you to everybody who does that. If you would like to support me in other ways, you can check out my candles. Like I just said, you can like this video, comment down below, subscribe if you haven't already. Shout out to my notification squad. I love you guys so much. You can check out my social media. You can check out my merch. Or other videos, especially ones with extendeds. It's all super helpful. But that's all I have for you guys. So thank you so much for watching and for letting me read for you. I hope you all have a wonderful day or night whenever it is that you're watching this video, and I hope you'll come back and see me again soon. Bye!